Thank you. Next, we're going to do our FFA motto, and that is Caitlin Hendricks.
The FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Please stand and uncover for our national anthem. And now Jan will lead us in a prayer.
Okay. Dear Father, thank you for the safe trip up here with all with all the heifers, and bless us as we have a good show today, and hopefully, and bless us for safe travels home. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Thank you very much. Next, if you'll turn your attention to the screen to see a video of Austin Rodeo. Thank you for that. Rodeo Austin, welcome. We have two excellent judges to hear today to help us evaluate the female show, and we're so far. Starting off with Ravina Bloomberg, who grew up in central Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. Her passion for livestock industry led her back to Black Hawk East and then to Oklahoma State University, where she was a member of the livestock judging teams at both and named an All-American on the junior college and university level. She holds a degree in Ag Communications from OSU and an MBA from the University of Central Oklahoma. Ravina has judged major shows in over 25 states as she enjoys spending time evaluating livestock, working with youth in agriculture. She and her husband Blake live in Secor, Illinois, and have 4 children, Brecklin, Brenham, Berwick, and Bexton. Welcome, Ravina. Other judge today is Mr. Kyle Perez. Kyle Perez of Perez Cattle Company in Nara Vista, New Mexico, graduated from Kansas State University and was a member of the livestock judging team. After graduation, he returned home to the family ranch where they run 800 head of cow-calf operation. They raise both registered Herefords and Angus cattle. They have 2 bull sales a year, selling 200 bulls annually. The spring sale in the ranch in New Mexico in February and the fall sale in Columbus, Texas in October. They also offer a 90-day pregnant recip cow program for customers for both spring and fall transfers. He and his family have shown on the national level and have exhibited national champions at Denver, Reno, Fort Worth, Louisville, Cattlemen's Congress. In 2009, Kyle was named Hereford Herdsman of the Year. He was also served as a junior Hereford Board of Directors and the American Hereford Board of Directors. Kyle has judged shows all over the nation, from the county level to the elite national shows. Welcome, Kyle Perez.
First call, Brangus, Class 3. First call, Brangus, Class 3. First call, Beefmaster, Class 3. First call, Beefmaster, Class 3. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 2. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 2. Second call, Brangus, Class 3. Second call, Brangus, Class 3. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 3. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 3. Final call, Brangus, Class 3. Final call, Brangus, Class 3. First call, Brangus, Class 4.
Well, good morning. Certainly on behalf of me and my family ranch, Perez Cattle, I'm certainly honored to be asked to judge one of your national junior shows again in the state of Texas. I've had the opportunity to judge several of them, and this is the first time in Austin, and it's certainly by the quality that we've seen here in this Brangus show, it's going to be a fun event. Just briefly to go through these cattle, I think these cattle range from June to April in this class. So these cattle still have to have some youth to them. They got to have some freshness to them. They still got to look like young cattle. And I think we got a great representation in this first one. Better back away from that. I just love this female in terms of the way she's Results on our west side in Class 1 in the Brangus Heifers. First goes to 9148, Mackenzie Schrader. Second place goes to entry 243, 2643, Aiden Englehart. And third place goes to entry 9117, Gracie Johnson. Congratulations.
Final call, Brangus, Class 3. Final call, Brangus, Class 3. Second call, Brangus, Class 4. Second call, Brangus, Class 4. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 3. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 3. First call, Beefmaster, Class 4. First call, Beefmaster, Class
All right, there we go. Well, good morning. It's sure exciting for me to be here in Austin, Texas, and evaluate through your heifer shows here today and Saturday. And to start us off with here in the Beefmaster, I couldn't be more excited about what we have on the top end of this class. I think there's a heifer out here that, in my opinion, is so stout in terms of her general build. She's opened up. She's got some width and dimension everywhere. And at the same time, she still presents herself ladylike. She's attractive from a profile and gets out and moves with some flexibility off both ends of her skeleton. I like that heifer quite a bit. I think there's some give and take as we work amongst the next several in this class. Heifer that I like second best probably complements my class winner in the sense that she's got that same general look to her. She's got some substance. She's got some foot and bone that she's built upon. There's some genuine width to this heifer when you get right in behind her. She's maybe just a little bit tighter in terms of her construction when we ask him to lead, and if I was going to change her, I think I'd maybe just loosen her just a little bit, particularly in the way she handles herself from behind. But I love the body type. I love the extra stoutness that's represented there. Nice heifer to stand second. Third and fourth are a bit more interesting. They're a little greener to us today in terms of their composition, but I'm okay with that. I like good functional cattle, and this heifer in third I think is one that in terms of her body type I can identify with. I really love the extra depth that she has. She's extremely well balanced and good looking in terms of her lines. She could be just a little fuller for me right there through her forerib and heart, and I think with time and especially as you keep feeding on her, that's going to blend in. Young man does a great job on the stick of this one. That's a nice heifer that with time I think is just going to continually get better. A heifer that we have coming next, one of the youngest ones I presume in this particular class, one that's got a super cool look up front and the way that she ties there to the top of her blade. She's one that's level in terms of her design. I like her basic build. She kind of projected herself amongst the rest of these in this class because she's so good in terms of her movement. I like her extra flexibility, and at the same time she's got the right kind of body shape for me, even though she's a little younger and a little greener today. As we work on down in the class, we got a heifer coming next here, another one. Again, I like the general build of this one in terms of her structure. I like her body depth and the way that she comes out of her spine with some robust shape up top. She's a little plainer in her look. She wants to fall out of balance just a little bit more. Heifer coming next, some of the same sentiments there. She's good in terms of her mobility. I'd like to pretty her up just a little bit for me. Clean her up there through her front end, level her in terms of her design. Heifer coming next is one that again, she's got the right kind of body shape. She's one that gets just a little bit narrower in her chest and a little bit more upright in her shoulder. Heifer the young man's pulling out of the drive next is one that's got some volume. To me, she's a little bit more awkward in the way that she handles herself out of her hock. She's probably pushing it just a little bit in terms of condition. We work on down. We got several more heifers here. Again, have some parts and pieces that I sure appreciate from a functional standpoint. They either need more width and substance to them, or at the same time, as we start sorting on down a little bit further, they need to move just a little bit freer and easier off both ends to work themselves off both of the class. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors.
Results on our east side in the Beefmaster show in Class 1. First goes to 7399 Nate Stoser. Second place goes to 4343 Brady Goolsby. And third place goes to 8822 Vicente Garza III. Congratulations.
Well, you know, it's kind of funny. I thought I left all these problems back in Narvisa when I left, but apparently I can mess up a microphone too when I get to Austin. But, you know, I really did have some good things I wanted to say about this heifer that wins the class, and now I get to. I tell you what, that is one hell of a nice cow prospect there. She is just so well put together in terms of her phenotype, her build. She's balanced from the side. I love the brood cow look that she offers up through her front end. She's so proportional in terms of her body build. I love the width to her chest, the depth to her heart, the depth to her flank. She's so good in terms of hip and hind leg set. And then she gets out and goes, and she's so flexible as she gets out and goes. Just a really nice March heifer calf here to win this particular class. The one next is in second, does so just in terms of capacity. Compared to the cattle that remained in the class, she's just more opened up when you look at her in terms of her center body, her depth back into her flank, and overall substance. The heifer that comes in third is definitely more attractive up through her front 1/3. You like that about her. I like the freshness and condition of this heifer that comes in third. But when you analyze her in terms of depth of body standpoint, her added, she just needs more back into that rear rib and flank when we get off to the side of her. Same can be said for the heifer that comes next, a heifer that's a little more out on her hind legs when she takes a step. She's a really thick-made heifer. She's big top. She's big-hipped. Just like to see a little more center body in her. Round out with a cattle here that's very good in her own right. You love her substance that she has. Just a little plainer in overall design. Maybe like to change her structurally a nickel if we could. But certainly a very strong class. Outstanding heifer to win that class.
Results on our west side of the ring, Brangus Show Class 2. First place goes to 8005 Colton Smith. Second place goes to 1325 Lane Levicott. And third place goes to 2224 Sierra Humphus.
Well, another really nice class here. A pair of them on the top end that I like quite a bit, but they're a little different in terms of their advantages. The red heifer I like to start with, I think, is just so much stouter in terms of her general makeup. She's really opened up at her chest floor. She maintains that advantage to the top side of her skeleton, yet at the same time, her body type is what I identify with in terms of function and brood cow utility. Just a really nice heifer there. And there's no question the more elegant, feminine-fronted, cool-looking one is standing in second. And I think there's a lot of intriguing pieces about this black and white heifer that on down the road could really do a lot of great things. To me, today, she's just a bit more upright there in her shoulder if we're going to get nitpicky. And compared to the class winner, she's just not as stout in terms of her feature, doesn't step down on as much true substance of bone. And when I get right in behind her, she flattens just a little bit more there through her hip and quarter. But golly, she can give an awesome look from the profile. That young lady does a tremendous job on the end of that stick. Black and white heifer that's going to be third out here. She just kind of keeps working herself on up in this particular lineup for me because she's one of the more fault-free kind of heifers. She's good in terms of her structure. She's good in terms of her look. She doesn't blow you away as maybe a couple of those that placed on top in any one area, but she's a good basic build kind of a heifer that I sure like a lot of pieces about her. I wish she was just a bit more flashy in terms of her look. I wish she was just a little bit stouter in terms of her feature. Heifer that's going to be fourth here the young lady has is a heifer that's really good in terms of her body type. I love the extra utility that she offers from that standpoint. I'd like to change her from a structural aspect. She wants to kind of toe out there up front. She's got just a bit more set to her hind leg. I think if we could change that collectively, she's one who could sure work herself on up as well. The red and white heifer young man's got at the stand, again, standing still, I think she's one that sure gives you some pieces that you could work around. When you set the cattle in motion, she's a bit more concerning as she's shorter and quicker in terms of her step. I'd like to give her just a little bit more length in terms of that stride. Heifer that we got coming next here is one, again, I like that she ties high into her shoulder. She's got some length and extension from there forward, but from there back, she's a bit piecier in the way that she puts it all together. The black heifer coming next is another one. Young lady does a nice job getting her shown out here. I'd like to change her from a balance standpoint. She's tighter in her spine, and consequently, she's tighter in terms of her movement. The next few heifers here that we got coming out are ones that are just a little bit greener in terms of their condition, but ultimately what sorted them down for me is there's just not enough true power and width to these females to work up higher for me today. If you would, please put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Well, then a really nice class of Brangus heifers over here on this side, and in the top three cattle in here could maybe be shuffled, perhaps who's evaluating them, but you know, maybe not just the one that hits you as hard as those last two classes are the one that has to win, but I think there's some cattle out here with a lot of good and a lot of function. But I think as we evaluate them, the young man's heifer does surface to me in this terms of an overall quality standpoint. I think there's the one that offers the most broodiness and the most mother quality and brood cow look up through that front end and head. I like the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. She's still youthful in terms of her appearance. She's strong down that top line. She's square out of that hip. She's got a really nice proper hind leg set and drive there as you get from the side of her. And then when we ask these cattle to go, she is definitely one of the most flexible ones that we have out here. The young man's heifer that's in second, I really like this heifer in terms of her Springer rib. I love the depth of heart, the width of chest, the depth of flank that she has. She's just more opened up, and I like the fact that she's looser structured, and that's perhaps what puts her in second over the heifer there in third. The heifer there in third is definitely the biggest scaled heifer of the class. I like the way her neck gets out of the top side of her shoulder. She's strong top. She's long-sided. You like all those things about her. I'd like to strengthen her up in that center heart. I'd like to give her a little more flank and maybe to see her a little more flex.
Results on our east side of the ring in Class 2 Beefmaster Heifers. First place goes to entry 6750, Ellie Walters. Second place goes to 3322, Emily Britton. And third place goes to 3132, Ella Taylor. Congratulations. Results on our west side in the Brangus show in Class 3. First goes to 9197, Wyatt Davis. Second place goes to 5994, Nash Smith. And third place goes to 7905, Brody Whitestein. Congratulations.
Seven.
All righty, as we get into this next class of January Heifers here, I think just a real logical place to start in the young man's heifer that wins this class. Just powerful.
Well, another really nice class over here on our Beefmaster side. I like the heifer that wins. I think she's one that's super stout in terms of her build. She's one that's really opened up in terms of her dimension all the way through. I love the rib shape that she has and the depth and the quality that she offers when you get on a profile of this heifer. And at the same time, she still ties high, is relatively thin in terms of her neck and ladylike from that standpoint, yet meets the surface on as much foot and bone as we've seen. Just a really good kind of a heifer here to win the class. I like a lot of good functional qualities in the second place heifer. She's one that looks like a lady. She's one that's super high volumed and deep bodied, cowy-like from that standpoint. She's one that's flexible in terms of her movement. Comparatively, she narrows up at her base. She flattens just a little bit more through her forerib as we analyze her back to our class winner, but still one that's got a great design and a great set of structural integrity underneath her. Heifer that's going to be third out here is one, she's kind of wanting to fight the young man a little bit more now, but when he gets her pulled together at the stand, she can give you a nice look. She's stout in terms of her pin set. She's got some width from behind, and at the same time, she's got the right kind of body shape to represent some utility on down the road. A heifer that's in fourth probably pulls together a little stronger top line, is a little bit more elegant looking in terms of the profile. She's a little greener today. That's okay. She's still good in terms of her basic width and dimension. I think she's genuine from that standpoint. She just needs more time. She gives up a lot in terms of body depth and volume to the heifers that placed ahead of her. And when we set the cattle in motion, she's probably the shortest stepping one of those initial four as well. Black heifer coming next is another one. Again, I like the added body depth that she has. She's a little plainer, though, in her look. She's a little bit tighter in the way that she wants to handle herself on the go. Heifer that we got coming next is another one. Again, I like her basic lines, but I wish we could stouten her up just a little bit more. She gets a bit more refined in terms of her bone work, not quite as stout in terms of her feature all the way through. Got kind of a big scaled heifer here coming next, one that I appreciate her body volume. She's a set more upright in terms of her shoulder, and consequently, she just kind of gets a little quick and short in terms of that step. Like to lengthen her stride out just a little for me. Heifer that we got coming next here is one that's got some body volume, but she narrows up at her base, flattens just a little bit more from behind. And the heifer that is going to round out the class here is one that the young lady's doing a nice job with her. I like her strength, the top line. To me, she's a little bit upright in her shoulder. She's a little fine in terms of her bone work. She needs more width and dimension for me today. If you would, congratulate those exhibitors.
On our west side, results of Class 4 in the Brangus Heifer Show. First went to 91.91 Matthew Phillips. Second place went to 8006 Colton Smith, and third place went to Reed War 2382 Reed War Class 4. Currently in our west side is they're vying for calf champion. Our class winners in that division are Mackenzie Schrader from Class 1. In Class 2, Colton Smith. In Class 3, Wyatt Davis. And then your last class winner, Matthew Phillips from Class 4.
First call, Brangus, Class 8. First call, Brangus, Class 8.
On our east side of the ring, Class 3 Beefmaster Heifers. First place went to 7991 William Cutter Lowe. Second place went to 9123 Keenan Keel. And third place went to 4837 Casey Bruni.
Second call, Brangus, Class 2. Second call, Brangus, Class 2. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 7. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 7.
One and two. Okay.
And then we
I got it.
rather
Hang on.
sing
Just
the
let me
last.
do it first. Let me do it. Congratulations on your west side in the Brangus show. Your heifer calf champion goes to 9148 Mackenzie Schrader, and your reserve heifer calf champion goes to 8005 Colton Smith. Congratulations.
Final call, Brangus, Class 8. Final call, Brangus, Class 8. First call, Brangus, Classes 9 and 10. First call, Brangus, Classes 9 and 10.
Really good class over here. A pair of black heifers here on the top end that I think there's some trade-offs between. And if you like them a little bit different and switch those two, I'm not going to argue with you too much, because I think especially when you consider next generation options and what these females are going to do, I think you have a lot of opportunity with both of these heifers. The one that's just a bit more my kind in terms of her elegant look, in terms of her advantages when set into motion, is the young lady's white-flanked heifer. I like this one. She's so captivating in terms of her profile. I love how high she ties there into her shoulder, extremely long and extended from there forward. And then at the same time, when we ask the cattle to lead, she's the one that's the best in terms of her movement. She's the most flexible off both ends. She's a bit cleaner in her joints. And at the same time, she's got that robust body type that I really like. Young lady's a heck of a stick on this one. She gets her propped up and just looking awesome. And that's not to take anything away from the heifer in second, because I tell you what, if you like them stout and opened up, which I do, this is sure one that catches your eye. And I go back and forth in my mind just a little bit, because I think there is more width and power to this heifer. She's bigger footed, she's heavier bone, she has more width at her pins, but at the same time, with that extra power, she's just a notch coarser in the way that she puts it all together. She's a little bolder there through her shoulder. She's a little more out in her hock. And when we ask him to go, she's just a little shorter in terms of her stride when we compare her back to the heifer that wins the class. But I love her general look. I love her added width and dimension all the way through. She's stout and opened up, and I appreciate that about her. This white-colored heifer kind of ran into two really good ones on the top end, because when you analyze her on her own, she's a nice female. She's one that can give you a good look, yet at the same time, everything blends right and is proportional. She's maybe not as flashy and as elegant as the pair of them on top. She's not quite as stout and dimensional as the heifer that placed directly ahead of her, but she sure got a lot to her, and I think she's more than adequate in terms of her functional ability combined with some added shape. The red and white heifer here is one that's probably just a little bit more opened up in terms of her chest floor. She's got a bigger foot and steps down a little more bone, so from a stoutness standpoint, I appreciate that, but she's just a little bit piecier in the way that she puts it all together comparatively within this class. She wants to get a little bit easier in her top line, a little tighter right there in her heart. Maybe doesn't balance up quite as nicely for me today. Black and white heifer exiting the ring is another one that's good in terms of her body depth. She's a bit more upright in terms of her shoulder. She's a little tighter and rounder out of her hip, and how she handles herself from behind. I think if we could change those things about her, she'd rival a few more spots up as well. We work down here. We got a brindle-colored heifer coming next. That's good in terms of her mobility. I'd like to see more natural body depth in this heifer, make her a bit more attractive from her shoulder forward. And we got one that is just a bit more ladylike following behind her, but she's a bit finer in terms of her bone work. She's a little bit tighter in terms of her movement. And we work down to several heifers here as we go towards the close of this class that are good in terms of some pieces. I just would like to see them blend together a little bit better in terms of their general look and eye appeal. And as we sort on down, I see some heifers that just need more genuine stoutness and a little bit more flexibility. If you would, please put your hands together for these exhibitors.
First call, Beefmaster, Class 8. First call, Beefmaster, Class 8. Second call, Brangus, Classes 9 and 10. Second call, Brangus, Classes 9 and 10.
Results on our east side of the ring, Beefmaster heifers, 11 entries in the class. First goes to 33-21, Emily Britton. Second place goes to 33-19, Brent Britton, and third place goes to 88-26, Sophia Garza. Congratulations. Results in Class 7 on the Brangus side, 7 in the class. First goes to 959, Steely Williams. Second goes to 5971, Jenna Jennings. And third place goes to 6495, Tack Ferris. Congratulations.
Well, great first division here. If you're ringside, if you would put your hands together for these exhibitors out here on our Beefmaster side. Really nice collection of class winners and respected seconds that we have out here in the center of the ring. And just to kind of recap a few of them for me here, I think it's been a fun show so far. I'm really looking forward to the rest of it. But I tell you what, this first class winner, she hit me hard from the gate. When they came in that first class, I knew she was one that I identified with in terms of her overall quality, her build, and her added stoutness. I think she's one that still gets the attention out here because the way she blends everything together so nicely. Heifer out of the second class is one that's sure good in terms of her top line. She was one, if we remember back, I loved her added flexibility off both ends. She gives up a little power in this particular lineup when we bring them back out, but still a really functional made kind of a heifer that I appreciate her feet and legs. Heifer out of the third class was one that's so robust in terms of her center body, so stout out of her hip, and I love the added bone work that she's built on. I think comparatively in this lineup, she's maybe just a little bit more upright there in her shoulder, but that's getting a bit more nitpicky. Again, I think she's one that's got so much good in terms of width and dimension. You sure have to look at this heifer out here in the lineup as well. And our last class winner I just talked about is one that's so attractive from a profile. I love the functional look that she gives you at the stand, and then she furthers that up when you set them in motion as she's so flexible off both ends, so good in terms of her stride. She's ladylike, not the stoutest one that we have in the lineup, but again, one that I think everything's proportional, everything fits together, and when you talk about making good functional breeding cattle, she's sure one that gets your attention. I like a lot of things about the seconds that stand behind them. I think it's a really nice lineup out here. For me, there's 3 heifers that really surface to the top. Unfortunately, we're just going to pick 2. If you would, put your hands together for the young lady out of Class 4. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations to her.
Second call, Beefmaster, Class 8. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 8. Final call, Brangus, Class 10. Final call, Brangus, Class 10. First call, Brangus, Class 13. First call, Brangus, Class 13.
We bring the second from that lineup on out here. And again, I talked to him in class as being close, but for different reasons. And where our division winner lacks an extra stoutness, this heifer has. She's built on a big foot. She's wide at her base. She maintains that up high. I like this heifer quite a bit, too. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Results in the Heifer Calf Champion on our Beefmaster side. Heifer Calf Champion was number 3321 Emily Britton, and Reserve Heifer Calf Champion was 3319 Britton. Congratulations to our Beefmaster exhibitors.
Final call, Beefmaster, Class 8. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 8. First call, Beefmaster, Class 9. First call, Beefmaster, Class 9. Hannah Johnson in Beefmaster Class 8. Hannah Johnson, Beefmaster Class 8. Please make your way to the arena immediately. Second call, Beefmaster Class 9. Second call, Beefmaster Class 9. Second call, Brangus Class 13. Second call, Brangus Class 13.
Another nice class over here on the Beefmaster side. Young lady brings to us a really solid, complete kind of a heifer here that I love the added stoutness that she represents. There's as much width and shape in this heifer as any of them in the class, yet at the same time, she handles it well as she gets out and goes. Young lady does a nice job getting her presented. Probably a longer necked, more feminine one standing in second, but at the same time, you step in behind the cattle, and I get a bit more concerned on the darker red heifer. She wants to flatten just a little bit more out of her hip, get a little sharper there over her top. I just wish she had just a notch more true shape all the way through. Going to the ground, she wants to twist out just a little bit up front too, but excuse me. But I think her general look and her balance and presence out here is what keeps her in that second place hole. The third place heifer, third and fourth, I think are close. I think there's some trade-offs amongst these. The third place heifer, I think, is just more opened up all the way through. She's more genuine in terms of her width. She's got more shape up high. She's got more true shape in terms of her body depth and her rib shape and the way that she blends that through and still goes to the ground with more substance of bone. I like a lot of things about this black heifer when the young man gets her set up. I don't know what they do for showmanship, but I'd say he's probably won his fair share of those because he knows exactly what he's doing out here, and he gets the most out of that heifer. On the lead, she wants to kind of fall apart a little bit more. She kind of falls out of balance. She kind of gets off in her top line and rounds more out of her hip, but he knows what he's doing because at the stand, he pulls her together, and he gets you an awful nice look out of that heifer to maintain that fourth spot. Next, we got a red heifer here. The young man's pulling on that I think is really good in terms of her body type. I like the added depth that she has from her shoulder back. She puts together a lot of good things. I just like to clean her up front there. She's just got a little bit more front end on her, and at the same time, she's a bit more upright in terms of her shoulder. And some of the same sentiments can be said about the heifer coming next. I think if we could rock her back there on her front end, allow her to reach with a little more flexibility up front, I think she's one that could work up as well. Got a few more heifers here. Young ladies pulling out one that, again's got some volume and some body capacity. She needs more genuine stoutness all the way through. And the same can be said about the next couple of heifers. They maybe don't balance up quite as nicely, and at the same time just need a little bit more width and dimension to them. Next few that we have that are exiting the ring here are heifers. Again, there's some parts and pieces that I like. I just want to blend it together in a little more complete kind of a package in terms of body shape, stoutness, and some structural integrity. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Catching up on our Brangus side of the show, results from Class 8. First goes to 67-62, Logan Denbo. Second goes to 13-17, Tyler Kasner. And third goes to 21-92, Kennedy Horner. Class 9 on the Brangus side, walking out now, first goes to 68-75, Laney Siska. On our Beefmaster side in Class 7, 13 in the class, first goes to entry 330, Skylar Wilkerson. Second goes to entry 9254, Lily Collier. And third goes to 8825, Sophia Garza. Congratulations to our Beefmaster exhibitors.
Final call, Brangus, Class 13. Final call, Brangus, Class 13. First call, Brangus Class 14. First call, Brangus Class 14. First call, Beefmaster Class 13. First call, Beefmaster Class 13. Second call, Beefmaster Class 13. Second call, Beefmaster Class 13. Rodney Rhodes, Brangus Class 13. Rodney Rhodes, Brangus Class 13. And second call, Brangus Class 14. Second call, Brangus Class 14.
Results on our Brangus side in Class 10. 3 shown. First goes to 9108, Ellie Fishbeck. Second goes to 7993, Kinley Smith. And third goes to 1415, Justice Efley. Now competing on our Brangus side will be for junior champion.
Another really nice class over here, and for me, a pretty easy place to start with a heifer that combines a lot of good things. She gives you a great look from the outside, and just as importantly, when we ask them to lead, here's the heifer that's the most fluid in terms of her movement. She's the most correct in terms of her build, starting at the ground, and at the same time, she's super attractive, good-bodied, and well-presented. Nice heifer here to start the class. And just as easily, in my opinion, as she wins the class, I like the heifer that comes in second to follow her. I think this is one that's really good in terms of her body type. I like her added dimension, starting with her width the chest and her shape up high. When you get in behind her, she's still one that's good in terms of her mobility. And amongst the rest of them in the class, she just blends together so much nicer from a profile aspect to just keep her in that second place hole. I think you got some trade-offs from there, and if you want to mix up the next few just a little bit more and tell me that that's how you like them based on what you're going to breed for, I'm not going to argue with you too much. For me today, the one that I like next and third, young lady in the pink has out here in terms of her basics. She's got stoutness of feature, she's got width of base, she's got some shape up high, she's got the right type of body depth and rib shape. Now, she's not as flashy as some, but she blends it all together. She could just be a little bit more attractive up front, a little bit leveler in terms of her design, but she's a nice basic kind of a heifer there to stand third. When a young man gets this brindle heifer propped up, she's one that is just a bit more elevated up front, a little bit more elegant in terms of her look from that standpoint, but at the same token, on the go, she's a bit more hesitant in terms of her movement. She's a little bit more off in the way that she steps down from shoulder to knee and knee to ground. I'd like to change that about her just a little bit from a functional aspect to work her up any higher. Heifer that we got coming next here is one that's good in terms of her lines. She's got a lot of body depth and volume, and I appreciate that about her. She's just narrower in terms of her construction, flatter made all the way through. Heifer coming next is one that's really good in terms of her mobility. I like her extra flex off both ends of her skeleton. She's one that wants to flatten just a little bit more through the center portion of her body. She's a bit more off balance in terms of the way she blends everything together as well. A really big, shapely, big hipped kind of a heifer coming next. One that's just a little too coarse up front for me, little open in her shoulder, little off behind her blade. Next couple heifers that we got here are ones that, again, have some pieces you appreciate. They need to be stouter in terms of their overall build. They need to be just a little bit nicer in the way that they blend it together from a quality aspect. Then we got a heifer here. It's big bodied. She's just a little bit moderate. I'd like to level her out of her hip, make her a bit stouter. Heifer following her is a bit more attractive up front. I'd like to see her with a little bit more body depth at this stage of the game. One that follows her has that extra depth of body. She's just a little bit flatter and plainer all the way through. Then we work into some heifers here that, again, have some width when you get in behind them, but maybe need to be a little bit nicer balanced. Or we got some cattle that just need to be opened up all the way through, step down on a little bit more feature and bone. If you would, congratulate these exhibitors.
Final call, Beefmaster, Class 13. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 13. First call, Beefmaster, Class 14. First call, Beefmaster, Class 14. First call, Brangus, Class 15. First call, Brangus, Class 15.
Another nice class over here. Young lady brings us a really good functional type of female to win the class. One that I like her build, I like her design, I like her look of quality from the side, and yet at the same time, she's good in terms of her lines and her body type. She's got some width to her. Young lady does a nice job getting her shown. Heifer, it's going to dark red heifer. It's going to be in second. Is another one that I appreciate the broodiness that she has to offer. She's not quite as trendy in terms of her look up front. Maybe not quite as flashy from that standpoint, but still I think an awfully good kind of a heifer. One that's got some width to her and some shape throughout, and at the same time the right kind of body depth and shape up high when you get right in behind her. The black heifer is one that's got some length and extension, and I appreciate her depth. She wants to narrow up just a little bit more for me off either end of her skeleton. I'd like to change the way that she sets down from behind, put just a bit more stability in her as well. Heifer in fourth is one that I love, the foot and bone that she's built on. When he gets her propped up, she's one that's stout and pinned and big hipped. She's one that's plenty moderate, and at the same time on the go, she kind of wants to duck underneath herself and kind of throw herself off balance just a bit more, doesn't want to just get out and stride. Black heifer that we got coming next is another one that ties high into her shoulder. She's extended from there forward. To me, she's one that wants to funnel more to her base and narrow in terms of her dimension. She's a bit flatter in the way that she looks through the center portion of her body as well. Red heifer coming next is one that's got just a bit more true volume, but at the same time she's a bit more upright in her shoulder and a little rounder out of her hip. Got a heifer coming next. It's big-footed and heavy bone. She's a little bit off in terms of her balance. She gets off in her top line, rounds out of her hip, bit more pinched right there through her heart. Then we got a heifer coming next that's good in terms of her mobility. She's a bit tubular in the way that she's put together. I'd like to see more natural body volume in her. And the same can be said about this black heifer that's exiting the ring, that she's got good lines and good pieces. She just needs more time and just a little bit more to her today for me to work up any higher. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Catching up on our Beefmaster side, first, Class 817. In the class, first goes to 8570 Addison Poe. Second goes to 9740 Kinley Branson, and third goes to 755 Abigail Nazer. In Class 9, right after that, still on the Beefmaster side, first went to 4274 Sarah Rattan. Second place went to 7211 Taylor Drinkwine. And third went to 5946 Presley Barrett. Congratulations to our Beefmaster breeders. Next in is junior champion on the Beefmaster side. On our west side on the Brangus show, update on our junior champion. Our junior champion heifer goes to 6762 Logan Denbo, and our reserve junior champion goes to 9108 Ellie Fishback. Congratulations to our Brangus breeders.
Second call, Brangus, Class 15. Second call, Brangus, Class 15. First call, Brangus, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve. First call, Brangus, Calf Division, Champion and Reserve.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Really fun division over here. If you would, put your hands together for these kids that are back out in the ring with their class champions and respected seconds. I think it's a nice lineup. We had a lot of differences amongst these classes in terms of type and kind and kind of what they represented. And when you get back out here, I think there's things that you can find in each one of these that you can kind of gravitate towards and identify with and definitely breed around if you're taking them back into your own program. So my compliments to these young people. Just real quickly, a heifer out of that first class in this division is one that's so stout. She's so dimensional in terms of her shape. She's got big foot working underneath her. She's good in terms of her flex from behind. If I was going to change her a little bit, the way she comes out of her shoulder and down to the ground, she wants to twist just a little bit. But that's a good-looking, good-bodied, stout-made kind of a heifer that I sure like quite a bit. The colored-up heifer that wins the second class is one that's just so good in terms of her build. She's not wanting to really cooperate the best out here right now, but I tell you what, at the stand and on the move, she's the nice balanced heifer that has the most look of quality, and at the same time, when you get in on her, there's as much shape and true dimension in this heifer as we've had, and yet at the same time, she's functional in terms of her build, she's good in terms of her structure. Heifer out of the third class is one, she's getting tired on us out here, and so I apologize, but again, a heifer that I just talked about in terms of having some shape, a heifer that's good in terms of her structure, a heifer that's got some depth of body. She's not as trendy looking as some that we've had. She's got just a little bit plainer in terms of her design, but at the same token, she's one that's built with some function. She's built with some durability, and I like those things about her. Nice division out here. The seconds in those classes are ones that sure have some parts and pieces you can appreciate too. To me, especially when we bring these three class winners back out and you analyze them as individuals first, there's one that I keep coming back to that's a clear winner for me in this particular lineup. I like the second class heifer here to win. Let's congratulate her.
Final call, Beefmaster, Class 14. Final call, Beefmaster, Class 14. First call, Beefmaster, Class 15. First call, Beefmaster, Class 15. Final call, Calf Division Champion and Reserve for Brangus. Final call, Calf Division Champion and Reserve for Brangus. And first call for Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2.
The second from that class falls into the lineup, and again, she's one that I appreciate some things about her in terms of I love her hip design, I love her stoutness and her width at her pins, and the amount of shape she has when you get right in behind her. She wants to wedge just a little bit more as you work forward there through her forerib and into her shoulder, but still one that's long and extended from there forward, has a lot of pieces you can appreciate. The one that I like next best in terms of the added stoutness and coupled with some look and just some ruggedness, yet at the same time being feminine and the right kind of body type, I like the Class 1 winner here to be reserved. Congratulations.
Results on our Brangus side on the west side in Class 13. 7 shown. First goes to 10.99, Cody Davis. Second goes to 54.67, Cooper Hardcastle. And third goes to 32.17, Rodney Rhodes. Congratulations. On our Beefmaster side, our junior champion heifer goes to Addison Poe, entry number 8570. Our reserve champion on the Beefmaster side goes to entry 330, Skylar Wilkerson. Congratulations on our junior champions on the Beefmaster show.
Second call, Beefmaster, Class 15. Second call, Beefmaster, Class 15. First call, Beefmaster, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Beefmaster, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2.
On our Brangus side, Class 14. First goes to 7675, Clevie Allen. Second goes to 4968, Carson Miller. And third goes to 2384, Colton War. Congratulations.
Final call, Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2. Final call, Red Brangus, Classes 1 and 2. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 3 and 4. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 3 and 4. Second call, Beefmaster, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Beefmaster, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Well, another good class over here. We're starting to get into a little older heifers, ones that are getting a little bit closer to production, and I appreciate that about some of these in terms of udder development that we're starting to see. Heifer that I like to win the class is one that's right on point in terms of her condition. I like the look that she gives you from the outside. She's got some development going on back there. It looks like she's going to have a nice udder, and at the same time, she's the high-quality heifer in terms of her look from the outside. Still matches up with the right kind of structural base to get out and move with some flexibility. Now, I like a lot of things about the heifer in second. She's getting closer to calving here, and I like the bag that we see underneath her. She's one that's really good in terms of her center body. I like her added lines. She's one that's sure fresh, and I appreciate that about her. Comparatively, she's not quite as stout as the heifer that placed directly ahead of her, and if you're going to change her, I'd put her just a notch more bone in her, make her just a little bit stouter when I get right in on top of her, but still a really good-bodied kind of a heifer, one that I appreciate a great deal. Black heifer out here is one that it has the basic pieces that I can appreciate in terms of her mobility off both ends, in terms of the right kind of body type. She's a little bit plainer in the way that she puts it all together, a little lower fronted, a little off in her hip. I think if we could change that about her from a balance standpoint, it'd be just a little bit closer there on the top end of this class. Heifer that's going to come next here is one that just kind of grows on you. She maybe doesn't overwhelm me in any one area, but I think collectively as we keep them out here, she's fairly fault-free. She's good in terms of her movement. She's got the right kind of body shape and dimension and width for me. Comparatively, she's a little bit plainer, a little bit narrower, not quite as stout in terms of her feature, and I would like to see just a tad more udder development at this stage of the game on her as well. Heifer that's coming next here is one that's elegant in terms of her look up front. She ties higher there into the point of her shoulder. She gets a little bit tighter in the way that she handles herself on the go, maybe just a bit more restricted there out of her hock, but again, I think a heifer that's got some pieces you can appreciate. The big red heifer coming next here is one that's better in terms of her lines. She's got a stronger top line at the stand. I like this heifer. I get off either end of her skeleton and I question her just a little bit more from a genuineness standpoint as she wants to narrow and funnel just a little bit more there to her base. Heifer coming next here that's already calved for us is one that I can appreciate that from a functional aspect. She's a little bit poor balanced and kind of falls off just a little bit from a quality look comparatively to a few of the others, but I do appreciate the calf at the side, and that kept her there in the mix for me. The marked up heifer, apologies to this young man. I think he missed as he was going to turn or something, and I pulled the kid in ahead of him, and so there was kind of a little bit of miscue, and he thought he was pulled in a little bit sooner, but that's a nice heifer. That's a heifer that's got some width and dimension. She's a little bit plainer and narrower chested. I wish she was a little bit bigger footed, but still a nice heifer. The one we got coming next, the young lady has here is another big bodied, extended fronted kind of a heifer, one that's just a little bit off in terms of her look. She wants to round just a little bit more out of her hip. I'd like to correct her just a little bit in terms of her teat structure as well. Heifer that we got coming next here is one that's robust. She's opened up, she's stout, but she's coarser in the way that she puts it all together. She's a little more open in her shoulder, she's a little tighter in her heart, a little plainer in her look up front. Marked up heifer coming next here is another big scaled kind of a heifer, one that's got some width up high. I wish she matched that as she goes to her base, as she wants to flatten and narrow just a little bit more, especially there in the lower part of her forerib. Heifer that we got coming next here is another one that gives you some length and extension. I like her levelness of hip. She's a little bit more chest on her. She's a little bit flatter in the way that she's constructed all the way through as well. And a young lady that's going to round out the class has got a heifer. It's in terms of her lines, but aside from that, she's a little more tubular. Looks like we're a little bit further away from calving on this particular female. And if you would, congratulate those exhibitors.
First call, Brahmin, Class 1. First call, Brahmin, Class 1.
On our west side in our Brangus show, our senior champion heifer went to Clevie Allen, entry 7675, and our reserve champion senior heifer went to 1099, Cody Davis. Currently, coming in is for our overall grand champion, Brangus female, on the west side of the ring. Presently on our west side of the ring, we're picking our champion overall Brangus heifer. Leading our heifer calf champion is Mackenzie Schrader. And out of that same division, our reserve was Colton Smith. Our junior champion heifer is being led by Logan DeBow, and our reserve champion is Ellie Fishback. Our senior champion heifer is being led by Clevie Allen, and our reserve champion is Cody Davis. Congratulations to these divisions, and good luck in the overall. Judge on our west side is Kyle Perez from New Mexico. Kyle graduated from Kansas State University and was a member of their livestock judging team. Kyle now works at home with his family on an 800-head cow-calf operation. They raise both registered Herefords and Angus cattle, and they sell over 200 bulls annually. Please welcome Kyle Perez, picking our overall champion Brangus female.
Final call, Red Brangus, Class 4. Final call, Red Brangus, Class 4. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 7 and 8. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 7 and 8.
Fun class over here, lots of quality all the way down in this class, and it makes it fun as an evaluator to really kind of pick apart the pieces. And you know, sometimes when you have these classes and you have calves already on the ground and some that are getting close, you know, you can't help but look at what they've put into that next generation. But with that being said, it's still about the female themselves, and I evaluate them out here, and I like a lot of things about this heifer that wins the class. I think she's one that's super powerful. She's stout and opened up. I love the robustness that she has there through the center portion of her body. She's square and stout out of her hip, and yet at the same time, she handles herself well on the go. Now, there's no doubt that the heifer in second is putting everything she has into that calf at side. That calf is good size. She did her job, and at the same time, she stayed in a pretty good rig about it out here in second. And she's one comparatively wants to narrow up just a little bit more, go into the ground. She's a little finer in terms of her bone work and her feature. I'd like to stouten her up from that standpoint, but I like her presence, and I like what she's putting into that calf at side, and to still blend it together in that kind of a quality package. I sure appreciate that, to land there in that second place hole. I think it gets close between third and fourth. The other heifer out here with the calf at side is the one that I'm drawn to, just in terms of her basics, her basic lines. She's more elevated there at the point of her shoulder, and when you set them in motion, I think she's the one that's just a bit more correct off both ends of her skeleton and the way that she handles herself from that standpoint. Now, there's no doubt that the bigger hipped, bigger top, stouter made kind of a heifer comes next, but when I really break her down, she wants to kind of twist just a little bit up front, and when she goes, she wants to kind of push out on that hock ever so slightly, and at the same time, she's a little rounder there out of her hip, but I think a really bold made, high-performing kind of a heifer there to stand fourth. The next one that we got out here is one that's pretty good in terms of her basic build. I like her body type. I like her length of stride. She's just a little bit plainer in terms of her look, and in a competitive class, it just kind of sorted herself on down. Black and white heifer that's going to round out the class is one, again, she's good in terms of her mobility. She's a little further from calving today. I'd like to see her more advanced and from that standpoint, but a nice class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Catching up on our Beefmaster side, Class 13 was as follows. First goes to 31.15, Lila Mooneyham. Second went to 61.99, Bridger Etheridge. And third went to 88.23, Santiago Garza. In Class 14 on the Beefmaster side, first went to 24.43, Sydney Boack. On second goes to entry 156, Chloe DeBoer. And third goes to entry 1765, Avery Moorhead.
Second call, Brahman, Class 2. Second call, Brahman, Class 2.
On the west side of the ring, we've completed our Brangus show. Our overall grand champion heifer went to entry 7675, Clevie Allen, and our reserve grand champion on the Brangus side went to entry 9148, Mackenzie Schrader. Congratulations to our Brangus breeders.
We need the Beefmaster Junior Division Champion. Please make your way back to the arena immediately. The Beefmaster Junior Division Champion, please make your way to the arena immediately.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need a big shout out to our Sam Houston State University team here that's helping us. Led by Dr. Marcy Beverly and Dr. Stanley Kelly. The interns in Sam Houston State are responsible for a lot of things. They helped us unload yesterday into this excellent process. We got all the cattle checked in a record time. Today they're not only working the ring, but they're lining up the cattle for the deal. Please give our Sam Houston State University interns and university a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Attention in the show barn, attention in the show barn. If you are returning for wave 2 and you would like to keep your tack in the barn, you may utilize the horse stalls on the west wall, numbers 4 through 14. Again, if you are coming back for wave 2 and would like to stall your tack in the barn, you may utilize horse stalls 4 through 14. These are community stalls, and so you will need to share them with anyone else who would like to hold over as well. And stalling is at your own risk. Stalling of your tack is at your own risk. Thank you.
On our west side, we are starting our Red Brangus show. It's 29 entries today. Our Red Brangus show starting on the west side of the arena with 29 entries today.
Nice class over here. A pair of them on the top end, two different pairs, I guess you would say. This young lady brings a nice pair here with her more yellow heifer. I think this is one you can definitely tell she's putting everything she's got in that heifer calf at side, yet remaining in pretty good rig and still functional and good looking from the profile. She's one I like the added stoutness that she has, and I think in this particular lineup, for me, that gives her the edge. She's a little more opened up at her base. She maintains that same advantage to the top side of her skeleton while being a little bigger footed, little heavier bone, and at the same time, I like the added dimension she has right there through the center portion of her body. Heifer in second sure pleats you a nice picture. I like her profile. I like the work that she's doing with this calf at side. She's one that when you get in on her and maybe pick her apart just a little bit more, she's a little bit thick there in her neck. She's a little bit more open there at her shoulder relative to the class winner, and she doesn't meet the surface with as much feature and substance as we have, but still a really nice, attractive made kind of a cow there with a nice calf at side. Third is another nice one. I think this is one, again, really big-footed, good in terms of her mobility. I like the calf at side. She's one that's maybe just a little bit plainer in terms of her look as we compare her back to a couple of them on the top end. She's got a little bit more chest and throat on her, a little easier in her top line, but boy, aside from that, that. I like the feet and legs on her. I like this calf at side quite a bit as well. Then we got a heifer coming next here that's looks like she's getting closer. She's one that's good in terms of her body type. I like that about her. She's one that's just a little bit plainer in terms of her look. She's a little more off in terms of her hip. Just like to make a little more presence and flash and eye appeal in this one to work up as well. And then the pair that's going to round out the class, again, my compliments to this young man. I'm bringing one that's got a really stout bull calf at side. This female is doing her job out here. She's a little straighter up through her shoulder, though, a little rounder out of her hip. I'd like to change her from a structural standpoint. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Second call, Red Brangus, classes 7 and 8. Second call, Red Brangus, classes 7 and 8.
Catching up on our Beefmaster side, Class 15. First went to 8578 Savannah Skaggs. Second goes to 2989 Megan Ruther. And third goes to 5969 Riley Upham. Currently in the ring on our east side of the ring will be senior champion Beefmaster Heifer.
Well, another really nice division over here. If you would, please congratulate these young exhibitors out here in the ring. Nice group of cattle here from the first class in this division through the last. A lot of quality that's been represented and a lot of ones that I like to see near in this next stage of production and what they're able to do. We bring these back out here and just real quickly, the first class winner, boy, that's one that's super good looking from a profile. I love the way that she ties high there up front. She's extended from her shoulder forward, yet at the same time she's level in her pattern. Just really gives you a nice look from the side. Heifer that wins the second class is one that's sure stout in terms of her build. I like the feet and legs that she has. She's opened up in terms of her skeletal base. She's got that same advantage up high and out of her hip. Just a really shapely, really a dimensional kind of a heifer there to win that second class. And then our third class winners out here that we just talked about is a pair of cattle. I think the female on the older female is doing a nice job with her calf at side. She's one that's maintained in good shape throughout it, and at the same time, I like the extra stoutness that she has and still able to project that on in the next generation. So a really nice lineup. I think that you could make a case for several of these. The one that I really like in terms of build and design and added look, I like this heifer out of the first class here to be your champion. Let's congratulate her. Bring second from that class out here, and reflecting back, to me that was a heifer that's getting real near to calving, one that's maybe getting a little slower as we navigate the ring out here, but her pieces are sure nice in terms of her lines and her femininity. I like all those things about her. I keep coming back to one, though, that's so robust and so opened up in terms of shape and power. I like this second class winner here to be reserved. Let's congratulate her.
Results on our Beefmaster side are senior champion female from class 13, 31-15, Leela Moneyham, and our reserve champion came out of class 14, 24-43, Sydney Bohack. Currently in the ring on the east side and our Beefmaster side is our overall grand champion Beefmaster female. Judging our Beefmaster is Ravina Bloomberg. Ravina grew up in central Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. Her passion for the livestock industry had her judging both junior college and senior college. She holds an agriculture degree and from Ag Communications from Oklahoma State University, and Ravina has judged over 25 shows nationally. Please welcome Ravina Bloomberg.
First call, Brahman, Class 2. First call, Brahman, Class 2.
Results on our red Brangus side from class 1. First went to 91-16 Presley Jacob, and second went to 24-59 Derek Hempel. In our second class on the red Brangus side, first went to 85-01 Logan Woodruff, Second went to 492 Henley Lescar, and third went to 9384 Vaughn Wilkerson. Congratulations.
Well, what an impressive Beefmaster show we've had here this morning. If you've had a kid come through the ring, or if you've just enjoyed sitting around side and spectating a lot of quality of young people and cattle, if you would put your hands together for all those exhibitors. They've worked hard all morning long, and it's been a really nice show. These three division winners and the respective reserves come out here, and I have to say they're my speed. And what I look for, especially in high-quality females, is they have to be built right. I like to find cattle that are functional in terms of their movement, they're good in their structure, and then starting from there, then we lay on the extras. I like a good round rib cage. I want to see ones that are functional in their body type, and yet at the same time look like a meat animal should in terms of shape and power and dimension. And it is a show ring setting, and I like them as good looking as possible. So get these three division winners out here in their respected reserves. I'm quite happy with what we have for a lineup, and these young people that are in the ring right now should be really proud of what they were able to bring and showcase for the folks here in Austin. My compliments to you for that, and for the people that you have back behind the scenes helping you. These cattle are well presented. They're fresh cattle. They're ones that were ready, and they're ones that I really gravitated towards, and I find them memorable. As we work through this, for me, I think maybe it gets close between a couple of them for reserve. There was one that really hit me hard when they came in terms of being one that's just really my kind. Opened up, stout and powerful, one that I love the structural base that they're built on, and that's the one that I'll use for champion. It gets a little tighter for reserve. If you would, put your hands together one more time, and I'll go out and shake the hands of your winners.
Concluding our Beefmaster show on the east side, our grand champion female went to Class 8 winner 8570 Addison Poe, and our reserve grand champion went to the Class 4 winner 3321 Emily Britton. Congratulations to our Beefmaster exhibitors. On our west side of the ring, Class 3 results for Red Brangus. First went to 2320 Jada Disman, and in Class 3, and in Class 4, two in the class. First went to 1047 Truett Marks, and second went to 9367 Noemi Brander. Currently on our west side, the Red Brangus Heifer Calf champion and reserve will be entering the ring.
First call, Red Brangus, classes 9 and 10. First call, Red Brangus, classes 9 and 10. First call, Brahman, class 3. First call, Brahman, class 3. Second call, Red Brangus, class 10. Second call, Red Brangus, class 10.
Results on our Brangus side. Our heifer calf champion came out of Class 4, entry 1047, Truett Marks. Our reserve heifer calf champion came out of Class 2, entry 8501, Logan Woodruff. Congratulations.
First call, Red Brangus, Class 13. First call, Red Brangus, Class 13.
Real fun way to start off our Brahmin show here. And a heifer that wins the class and does so from the gate, in my opinion. She comes through that end down there and she gets your attention because she's elevated and good looking, pulls together such a nice profile. But on top of that, she's the one that's the most correct in terms of her build. I love her structural integrity. She's flexible off both ends. Still at the same time, she's in the right kind of condition with enough shape and power to go with it. I like that heifer quite a bit. The heifer in second is one young man does a really nice job getting her shown out here. She kind of got spooked there by something just a minute ago, but when he gets her pulled together at the stand, he gets as much look and quality views out of that heifer as any of them out here. I like the way that this heifer's built at the ground. She's big-footed. She's got some substance of bone, yet at the same time, she comes out of her shoulder right. She goes into her knee and from there to the ground correctly, and then was able to reach up front and follow through with a long stride from behind. I like her body type, I like her lines, and I like basically her maturity pattern at this stage, next best in this particular lineup. Young man that's going to be third out here has got a nice heifer. She's one of the younger ones in class, and she just continues to grow on me as time goes by out here because I like the added shape and genuine power that she represents. She's wide-chested, she's bold through her heart, she's got dimension up high and out of her hip, and at the same time, she's got some extension, and she's big-footed. She gets just a bit more upright if we're going to get nitpicky there through her shoulder than the pair of heifers that placed ahead of her, but still I think she's got a real bright future, yet young man does a nice job getting her shown as well. Heifer in fourth is one that's good-bodied. She's real complete in terms of the way that she's put together. She's one that wants to narrow up just a little bit more, though, when I get right in behind her. And so in a competitive class, that kind of surfaced her down into that fourth place spot for me. But still one that I love the body type that's represented here. And I like the fact that she really handles herself from behind on the go as good as anything that we have left. Red heifer coming next is one. Again, I like the robustness that she offers there. There's the center portion of her body. She's another one, though, when you get off either end of her skeleton, she wants to flatten more and narrow up just a little bit. Like to see a notch more natural power and width in that female. Heifer that we have coming next is the bigger hipped option. She's one that's wider at her pins and stouter as you analyze her down through her quarter. But aside from that, she's a little piecier in the way that she puts everything together. Just like to blend her together from a balance standpoint, a little bit nicer to work on up. Got another red heifer coming next here. She's a high-tying, long-fronted kind of a heifer, but from there back, I question her just a little bit more from a balance standpoint as she rounds out of her hip, gets just a little bit off there in her top line, a little straighter there up front. Work on down in this class. We got a heifer coming next here. It's good in her lines, needs to have more base width and power for me. Heifer gray heifer coming next is a big-footed, stout-featured kind of a heifer that, again, just needs more body shape and depth, a little bit more width when you get right in behind her. Same can be said about the next several heifers that we have in the lineup. They kind of sorted themselves down for me. They're heifers that have some quality. They have some pieces you can appreciate. I'd like to see more natural body depth in these heifers, and a couple of these they're going now. I'd like to see looser in terms of their construction. Heifer coming next here, the young lady has is one that's got some center rib shape, but she's a bit too upright in her shoulder and a little tighter out of her hip. Young man following her from behind has a little bit more flexibility, but she's a little bit flatter and narrower all the way through. The red heifer and the dark heifer coming next here are ones that have some good lines to them. I'd like to see them stouter featured and more opened up all the way through. Heifer coming next is the one that's got more shape and power. I just question her a little bit from a structure aspect. She's plenty tight and restrictive for me. And the heifer that's going to round out the class is another one. Again, she's got some parts and pieces I appreciate. She just simply needs more time. She needs more to her today to be able to work up in a competitive class. If you would, congratulate those exhibitors.
Second call, Red Brangus, Class 13. Second call, Red Brangus, Class 13. First call, Red Brangus, Classes 14 and 15. First call, Classes 14 and 15. First call, Brahmin, Class 4. First call, Brahmin, Class 4.
Results on the red Brangus side from Class 7, 5 in the class. First went to 94.68, Caitlin Hendricks. Second went to 55.49, Kinley Kirk. And third went to entry 25.01, Landon Stewart. In Class 8 on the red Brangus side, first went to 18.66, Ariel Blethen. And second went to 59.64, Kira Short. On the east side of our ring in our Brahman show, starting our Brahman show, 126 heifers will be shown today. Class 1, first goes to 74.06, Madison Parker. Second goes to 57.56, Baxter Whitworth. And third went to 92.23, Jackson Smith. Congratulations. Class 9 on the red Brangus side, one entry. First goes to 23.03, Leah Laura.
Second call, Brahman, Class 4. Second call, Brahman, Class 4. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 14 and 15. Second call, Red Brangus, Classes 14 and 15. And first call, Red Brangus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Red Brangus, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
A really good class over here, and two of them on top that I like quite a bit for different reasons. The heifer that I like to start with, the kind of marked up heifer here that's turning, I think that she's one that in terms of stoutness and dimension, extra shape and power, I love those things about her. Is she quite right in the way that she handles herself up front? No, and I think that's where I get nitpicky on her just a little bit, because she's not quite right there out of her shoulder, makes her a little bit shorter, more hesitant in her step. But I tell you what, in terms of her body type, in terms of her shape and power and extra width and her bigness of feet and legs underneath her, those are all things that I really, really like. Now, there's no doubt that the heifer that's standing in second is more correct in terms of her angles up front. I like the way that she gets out and travels from that standpoint. I wish she was just a little stronger there behind her shoulder. I wish she was just a little bit more captivating from that standpoint in terms of eye appeal to match up with our class winner, because I do like the way that she handles herself, particularly up front on the go. Still a really nice heifer, just not quite as bold and powerful type of female as what we have to win the class. Then I think you got a pair of them, again, that are just a little bit different in terms of their type and kind. The red heifer, to me, is just more functional. She's better in terms of her build. She's straighter in terms of her lines. I like her levelness of kind. I like her basics. She's one that I wish had just a notch more true width and power when I get right in behind her, and that's where this gray heifer has an advantage. She's got just a bit more shape up high and out through her hip, but at the same time, she goes to the ground on a little smaller feet. She's a little bit more restricted in the way that she handles herself from behind. She's a she's a little more off balance as well. Then we work down in the class, and we got a pair of heifers that are really quite similar here with these white heifers. The one that I like amongst the two, I think, is just a little bit better through her her forerib and her heart, and in the way that she blends from there back is just a little bit nicer. The heifer that's coming next is one that's sure elevated and extended. Both of those heifers, in my opinion, need just a notch more true width and dimension all the way through to work up any higher. Young man, you're doing a nice job here with the dark-colored heifer leaving the ring. She's one that's flexible and sound off both ends of her skeleton. She's just a little bit tighter in terms of her body type. She's a little bit flatter and narrower all the way through as well. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
First call, Brahman, Class 7. First call, Brahman, Class 7.
Results on the Brahmin side. Class 2. First goes to 6668 Mize Siddiqui. Second went to 4265 Grayson Hines. And third went to 2503 Macy Thigpen. On the Red Brangus side, Class 10. First goes to 1048 Truett Marks. Second goes to 5529 Harrison Patterson. And third went to 5931 Banker Kulak. Next in, we're picking our heifer calf, our junior champion heifers on the Red Brangus side.
Final call, Red Brangus, classes 14 and 15. Final call, Red Brangus, classes 14 and 15. Do you want a second? Second call, Brahman, class 7. Second call, Brahman, class 7.
Well, another nice class and a nice place to land here on the top end. Young lady's got a really nice gray heifer here that she brings to us. One that's super good in terms of her look on the outside. And then when you get in behind her, she's got shape, she's got width, she's got some power, everything to kind of go along with that to blend together to a really nice functional made kind of a female. The red heifer that's going to be in second is one, again, she's got a really good body type to her. I like the added depth that she has. She's good in terms of her lines. She's one that's flexible and she gets out and moves. She's not quite as dimensional as the heifer that wins the class, but I like her basic build and her look from the stand. Heifer that's going to come next here is another one. She's probably a little bit leveler in terms of her hip than the heifer we just talked about, but she's also just a little bit tighter in terms of her movement. But I like her center body and I like her added volume to keep her in that third place spot. Heifer coming next is probably a little longer strided, a little truer moving kind of a heifer, but at the same time, she just wants to toe out just a little bit up front. She wants to flatten just a little bit more when you get right in behind her. Got a heifer coming next here. Young man does a nice job getting her shown. She offers you some length and extension, but she's a little rounder out of her hip. Got just a little bit more set there to her hind leg. Heifer that follows her is one that, again, you can appreciate for some flexibility. She just needs a little bit more natural body depth for me. And the pair of heifers that are going to close out the class, although they're a little bit different in terms of their advantages, to me they both need just a bit more natural stoutness, need to have just a little bit more look and presence. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Final call, Brahmin, Class 7. Final call, Brahmin, Class 7. First call, Brahmin, Class 8. First call, Brahmin, Class 8.
On the Brahmin side, Class 3, 8 in the class. First went to 7407 Madison Parker. Second went to 8931 Stephen Garrett. And third went to 5920 Addison Sanders.
First call, Simbra, Class 1. First call, Simbra, Class 1.
Results on the red Brangus side are junior champion female comes out of Class 10, 1048 Truett Marks. Our reserve junior champion female comes out of Class 7, entry number 9468 Caitlin Hendricks. Congratulations.
Final call, cast and tip, Brahman class 7. Final call, cast and tip, Brahman class 7. Second call, Simbra class 1. Second call, Simbra class 1. You better tilt it up, you don't want to waste any, right?
Nice class over here. Several of them that you could make a case for, depending on where you lay your priorities. But I really like this young lady's heifer that I'm going to use to win in terms of her basics. She's a functional made kind of a female that's good off both ends of her skeleton. She's got the right kind of condition at this stage of the game, and yet proportional in her body depth. She still gives you a good look from the profile. I like her quite a bit. I think you got some more decisions, in my opinion, in terms of which direction you go for second. The one that I'm going to elect to use is just a little bit more stout. She's more powerful in terms of her build. She's more opened up at her chest floor. She's got more shape out of her hip. Would I like to change the way that she rounds just a little bit and she gets just a little shorter in her step? Yes. And I think that's where you kind of question her just a little bit. Excuse me. But at the same time, she's so nice in her pattern. She's so good in terms of her extra stoutness, and I call her good enough in terms of her mobility. Heifer coming in third is one that I like her hip structure just a little bit better. She's more flexible out of her hock. I appreciate that. But at the same time, she wants to toe out just a little bit more up front. So if we're going to make a comparison from a structural standpoint, I don't know that she has that many advantages there to go ahead and sort over the one that's just a notch stouter and heavier duty. I think that this heifer gives you a good look. I just wish she had more foot and bone under. I wish she was opened up just a little bit more in terms of her base width. Heifer coming next is one that's just real solid. She's a complete kind of a heifer, one that I appreciate her structural build. I appreciate her body type. She's a little bit flatter in the way that she's made from behind, a little plainer in terms of her look, and that gets her into that fourth place hole, but a nice complete kind of a heifer in her own right. Heifer that we got next here, the young lady does a nice job with. This heifer is one that gives you some length and extension. I appreciate the levelness of top line that she has. I wish she had more to her in terms of width, particularly when I get in behind her, where she wants to flatten and funnel more there out through her quarter and down through her base. The red heifer that we got next is one that's got more dimension, but she's also just a little short and quick in terms of her step. Like to rock her back at her shoulder, give her a notch more flexibility from behind. The white heifer is really good in terms of her body depth. I appreciate that about her. She's another one I'd like to change just a little bit in the way that she handles herself on the go. She gets tighter, more restrictive in terms of her step. And I think if you could fix that about her, she can give you an awful nice look at the stand. The red heifer coming next is another one that, again, she's got some parts and pieces that you can sure appreciate. To me, she needs more forerib and heart. She needs to blend just a little bit smoother right there for me, and levelness out of her hip. I'd like to just see her balance up a little bit nicer. White heifer that we got coming next is a big-footed kind of a female, one that I wish had just a little bit more natural spring of rib. She gets a little tighter there through her heart, a little more tubular in terms of her kind. The red heifer the young man's got here, he does a nice job with her. She's one that comparatively to a few of the others in this lineup, she's got more flexibility, and I appreciate that from a functional standpoint. I just wish we could balance her up a little bit better. She's a little plainer in her look up front. She gets a bit easier in her top line, a little rounder out of her hip. Gray heifer coming next is another one. Again, I like some parts and pieces here. I wish she had more natural body depth. I wish she was opened up just a little bit more at her base. And the same can be said about the next two heifers as they exit the ring. I think these heifers have some future to them. They need more to them today. They're a little bit a shallower bodied, a little bit plainer in terms of their look, a little flatter and narrower all the way through. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results on the east side, Class 4 in our Brahman show. First went to 89.28, Dylan Garrett. Second went to 12.33, Peyton Well. And third went to 84.18, Lillian Kate Burnett. Next in is the heifer, currently judging heifer calf champion, reserve heifer calf champion on our Brahman side.
Second call, Brahman, Class 8. Second call, Brahman, Class 8.
Nice lineup over here on our Brahmin side of class winners and respected seconds. So my compliments to these exhibitors on some really high quality cattle that they were able to bring to Austin and showcase for you out here. I think that there's several of these that, depending on where you lay your priorities, you could really make a case and say, this is my style, this is my speed, and this is what I want to use, because I think several of these offer you a lot of quality and a lot of opportunity from a breeding standpoint in terms of making the next generation better. As I analyze them when they come through, to me, there's still one that hits me really hard in terms of being so functional, so good in their build, so correct all the way through, still matches up with the right kind of body type. It doesn't hurt anything. They have a tremendous showman on the end of them, but young lady out of our first class, she's going to be our champion. Congratulations. Bring the second from that class in, and that's a heifer that I think's got a world of future to her. She's still green out here, and that's to be expected when you consider ages. But I think that she's got a lot of presence. I like the stoutness of feature that she offers. I think she's just got a lot of a bright future ahead of her from a show career and on into production. For me, it gets a little bit closer. You could make a case for a couple of these. The one that's the next most my kind in terms of blending everything together. In terms of feet and legs, the right kind of body type, adding some extra width and power to it, still being correct enough all the way through. Young man here is going to be a reserve. Congratulations.
Results from our Brangus side on Class 13. First went to 2253, Carlos Castelleja. Second went to 494, Rory Lescar. And third went to 9368, Noemi Brander. In Class 14, first went to Ashlyn Peters with 8486. Second went to 8011, Gavin Schindler. And third went to 7476, Kennedy Penn. Yeah, he did. He just went out. Yeah. And Class 15, one entry. First went to 5965, Kristen Short. Now coming in will be, on the red Brangus side, will be coming in for your senior champion female. On our Brahmin side, our heifer calf champion came out of Class 1, entry 7406, Madison Parker. And a reserve champion, Brahmin heifer, came out of Class 3, entry 7407, also Madison Parker. Congratulations, Madison. Attention in the barns, tension in the barns. We will not be taking a lunch break. We're going to go straight through on the show. We will not be taking a lunch break. We will be moving straight through on the show, so prepare yourself.
Final call, Brahmin Class 8. Final call, Brahmin Class 8. First call, Brahmin Class 9. First call, Brahmin Class 9. Final call, Simbra Class 1. Final call, Simbra Class 1. And second call, Simbra Class 2. Second call, Simbra Class 2.
On the Red Brangus side, our senior champion female went to, out of Class 14, entry number 8486, Ashlyn Peters. Our reserve champion out of Class 13 went to 2553, Carlos Castilla. Currently on a Red Brangus side, we're selecting the overall grand champion, Red Brangus female. Today, if you have a champion or reserve overall, make sure to bring your bio up to the announcer stand so we can read that during our Supreme Drive. If you have grand or reserve female overall, make sure to fill out your bio, your breed bio, and bring it up to the announcer stand. Also, trailer releases will not be given until your breed is completely finished. So until your breed is completely finished, do not go to the office for a trailer release. Thank you.
Well, an interesting class over here in the sense that there's a lot of quality represented throughout, but a lot of differences as well. And especially on the top end of this class, I think there's 4 heifers here that differ considerably in terms of their advantages. The one that I like, the young man in the hat down there on the end, I think this is just a real complete kind of a heifer that really surfaces to the forefront when we ask him to go. She's a flexible kind of heifer that's good in terms of her feet and legs. She offers you a quality look from the profile. I like that heifer to win. Heifer in second is one, the young man, she's wanting to fight him a little bit, but when he gets her pulled together at the stand, she can give you an awful nice look too in terms of her top line and squareness of design. She's another one that gets out and travels with some flexibility off both ends. She's not as stout when you get right in behind her as the heifer that wins the class, and that's where you start to pick her apart just a little bit more. She wants to funnel just a tad to her base, not quite as opened up or dimensional all the way through. The gray heifer that's coming next, I think there's a lot of future to this heifer. She's one that's proportional in terms of her body depth. I like the upper shape to her rib and the way that it pops out of her spine. I like her hip shape. I like how she moves out of her hind leg. She's a little upright in her shoulder. I'd like to change her in the way that she comes from knee to ground, but still a nice made kind of a heifer. The heifer in fourth is kind of the problem out here. From a temperament standpoint, she was just not having it. And you know, I understand we have 4 little kids, and sometimes it's real challenging when the partner at the other end of that halter isn't wanting to cooperate with you the best. It's really hard to get those good looks out of them. But I tried to make sure that I was giving it a fair shake. She would, when they're resisting like that and kind of pulling back and not wanting to lean into the halter and really show what they have, she started looking kind of poor balance, kind of a little bit dumpier. She sure wasn't wanting to lead and get out and show us what she had from a flexibility standpoint, but I think there's parts to this heifer that you can really, really like. When she wants to act good and when she wants to present herself out here, she's a robust kind of a female. She's one that's shapely out of her hip. She's one that goes to the surface with some substance of bone. It's just unfortunate we couldn't get that all collectively together to get a good view of her from a flexibility standpoint, or even on a profile when she was wanting to kind of be hesitant and pull back and throw herself off balance. But there's pieces of that heifer, boy, you sure have to appreciate. Then we get down to some other heifers here that have some differences. Young man here on the red heifer does a tremendous job getting this heifer shown. I like the added length and extension that she has. I like her levelness of kind. When I get right in behind the cattle, she flattens in there. It's just a little bit too much for me, and that worked herself on down in a competitive top end. Heifer coming next, the young man has some shape up high. She wants to get a bit more upright in her shoulder. She doesn't have quite the same body depth that I'd like to see at this stage of the game, but still one that's got some dimension. Heifer coming next paints you a nicer picture from the profile. You get in behind her, though, and she flattens just a little bit more. Our reader is having just a little bit more on her, too, from a condition standpoint, and so collectively, that kind of worked to her disadvantage out here in this class. Red heifer coming next is another one that's wide-chested and has some hip shape. She's just a little bit piecier in the way that she puts it all together. She's kind of coarse and open in her shoulder, rounds out of her hip just a bit more. Young lady in the pink brings us a nice heifer in the sense that she ties high to her shoulder. She's long and extended from there forward. She's one that I'd like to see more natural body depth in, open her up at her chest floor, give her a shot more true power all the way through. White heifer coming next is more shape up high. She steps down on a little bigger foot as well, but she's just a little shorter necked. She's a little rounder hipped, kind of throws her off balance just a little bit more, and when she goes on the lead, she needs to be reconstructed for me in the way that she comes out of her shoulder down into her knee and the way that she hits the surface. The red heifer coming next here is another one the young lady does a nice job with. I like the body depth of this heifer. She's just a little bit plainer in her overall look. I'd like to change her from a balance aspect, level her out just a little bit more to give her some eye appeal. Heifer that we got coming next here is another one. She is a little bit flashier in terms of her build. I'd like to see more natural body depth in her. I'd like to see her tick stouter featured as well. We work down here. The next 3 kind of fall into a similar pattern. They're females that have some parts and pieces that I think as they continue to mature, these young people can be proud of what they have. Today, for me, they just give up too much in terms of width and power and overall shape to work up any higher in this class. If you would, please congratulate these exhibitors.
Second call, Simbra, Class 3. Second call, Simbra, Class 3. First call, Brahman, Class 10. First call, Brahman, Class 10.
On our west side of the ring, we completed the Red Brangus show. Our grand champion, Red Brangus Heifer, came out of Class 10, number 1048, Truett Marks. Our reserve grand champion came out of Class 4, entry 1047, also owned by Truett Marks. Congratulations. On our Brahman side, on the east side of the ring, Class 7 goes as follow. First place went to 4870, Ryan Simpson. Second place went to entry 5757, Baxter Whitworth. And third place went to entry 1492, Levi Reisner. Congratulations. Our west side of the ring has started a Simbra show. Class 1 of Simbras are in the ring.
Second call, Brahman, Class 10. Second call, Brahman, Class 10.
Results on our Simbra Class 1. 46 total heifers in the show. Class 1. First went to 2097. Micah Ellert. Second went to 2294. Jenna Tyler. And third went to 2102. Bryn Pilat.
Really nice class over here. Top end of this class is sure full of quality, and my compliments to the young people on what they were able to bring out here, because I think there's several of these heifers that are really, really good. I like this heifer that wins. She's as bold and opened up as we've seen, yet still maintains correctness all the way through. I love the body type, yet at the same time up where ribs match into her spine. There's shape and power and dimension all the way through, and still stout and square out of her hip. This heifer gets out and goes with flexibility. I just think she's a really complete, solid kind of a heifer here to surface to the forefront pretty easily for me. But just as easily as she wins, this heifer is it's no slouch. I like this heifer quite a bit. She's a big-footed, stout-featured kind of a heifer that's got some width of base. She's got some shape up high. I like her body shape as well. She's not as extended from her shoulder forward. She's not quite as level out of her hip. So from an eye appeal standpoint, those are the differences that I see between them, but I think they complement each other quite a bit in terms of their shape and power and their construction. The red heifer that's going to come next is one that I like her basics of kind, her levelness of design. She's one that's got some flexibility off both ends of her skeleton. Comparatively, she flattens up just a little bit more, particularly there through the center portion of her body. Just like to open her up just a little bit more from that standpoint. I'd like to lay her shoulder into her just a little bit smoother as well. Heifer that stands directly behind her is a little bit more my speed in terms of her center body dimension, but I'd like to change her from a structure aspect and the way that she comes out of her shoulder down into her knee and then goes to the ground. She wants to toe out just a little bit more. I think if we could correct that about her, she'd reach just a little bit further up front on the go and follow through with a little more true stride from behind, but still a heifer that's got some shape and power, and I appreciate all those things about her. Heifer that we got coming next here, again, I think we got several of these that you can sure appreciate. I think this red heifer is one that's got some extension to her. She's one that's got some depth of body. She flattens up just a little bit too much for me through the center portion of her body. Doesn't quite have the same power and dimension as she goes to the ground as some of the ones that placed ahead of her. Heifer that's coming next here is another one that, again, young lady does a nice job. Is the heifer that's got some shape up high. She wants to narrow just a little bit more at her base, like to keep her more genuine from that standpoint. The white heifer here is one that is wider chested. She's more opened up all the way through. I'd like to change the way she's constructed there through her front end just a little bit, make her just a tad leveler out of her hip as well. Red heifer coming next, the young lady has is one that's got some depth of body. She needs more to her in terms of true width and power all the way through. She wants to narrow up just a bit more off either end of her skeleton. And some of the same things can be said about the next couple heifers. Heifer going next here is one I'd like to see more natural body depth in her. Like to open her up just a little bit in terms of power. Heifer, the young lady in the red is pulling out now, is one that's got more shape when you get in behind her, but she gets a bit more upright in her shoulder. She's a little tighter, more restricted on the move. The darker red heifer that's going out here is one that's extended up front. She ties high into her shoulder. I'd like to see her set back just a little bit though at her shoulder, change her a bit from a structure aspect to move her up any higher. The red heifer and the next couple that we have going here are ones that have some pieces you can appreciate. Collectively, they need more center body volume. They need more true width and power when I get right in behind them. If you would, let's congratulate these exhibitors.
First call, Simbra, Class 4. First call, Simbra, Class 4. Final call, Brahman Class 10. Final call, Brahman Class 10. And first call, Brahman Class 13. First call, Brahman Class 13.
Results in Class 8 of the Brahman heifers. First went to entry 8933, Trenton Garrett. Second place went to 8927, Dylan Garrett. And third went to 8930, Stephen Garrett. Congratulations.
Final call, Emma Francis, Brahmin Class 10. Final call, Emma Francis, Brahmin Class 10. Final calls, Savannah Remy, Brahmin Class 10. Final call, Savannah Remy, Brahmin Class 10.
Nice class here, one that just kind of fits itself together for me. Really a nice heifer here on the top in this class. This young man does a nice job, and from the gate, this is one that gets your attention in terms of her build. She's opened up from a skeletal aspect, but she's so flexible in terms of her design, and yet at the same time, I love the robust body type that she has. She gives you that brood cow utility through the center portion of her body, yet still matches up with shape and dimension when you step in behind her. Really high quality kind of a heifer here to win the class. Heifer in second, I like a lot of things about her. In terms of movement and structural integrity, she's the one that matches up for me next best in this particular lineup as she gets out and reaches off both ends. She's one that has some width when you get right in behind her. She could be leveled up just a little bit in terms of her design to match up with the same kind of presence and eye appeal as our class winner, but she's a solid made, functional kind of a heifer there to stand second. Third, we got a heifer that's probably a little bit deeper bodied than the one that we just talked about. She's a little stronger right there behind her shoulder, but at the same time, she's one that maybe gets just a bit more upright in her shoulder, and she rounds out of her hip just a little bit more. When I step in behind her, she's the one of those top three that funnels just a little bit more to her base, flattens there through her lower hip. The heifer that we got coming next here is the one that I really appreciate, her feet and legs in terms of the extra stoutness that they offer, one that definitely has some bone and feature that she's built on. I'd like to see more natural width and dimension in this heifer. She wants to close up just a little bit more at her base. She's a little bit harder in terms of her look all the way through. The red heifer that's going to round out the class has an advantage in body type that I can appreciate at the stand. I think she's one that's got more true dimension and shape all the way through. When we ask him to lead, she's the most hesitant in terms of her movement off both ends. Just like to make her a little freer and easier in the way that she handles herself, particularly from behind. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Second call, Simbra, Class 4. Second call, Simbra, Class 4. Second call, Brahmin, Class 13. Second call, Brahmin, Class 13.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Results on our Brahman side, Class 9. First went to 5464 Cass and Tip. Second went to 6270 Kelton Eaton. And third place went to 7657 Savannah Remy. Results on our Simbra side on Class 2. First went to 1155 Cannon Hill. Second place went to entry 32 Kylie Rich. And third place went to 4269 Kate Martin. Congratulations, Simbra breeders. Just a reminder in the barn, we will not be breaking for lunch with the record number of entries of heifers. We are going to go straight through. We will be going straight through.
First call, Simbra, classes 7 and 8. First call, Simbra, classes 7 and 8. Final call, Brahman, class 13. Final call, Brahman, class 13. First call, Brahman, class 14. First call, Brahman, class 14. Second call, Simbra, classes 7 and 8. Second call, Simbra, classes 7 and 8. First call, Brahman, class 14. First call, Brahman, class 14.
One other good class as we get some of these older females starting to come in the ring here. Makes it kind of fun as an evaluator really to start sifting apart the differences of these. I like this heifer that wins. I think she's bold and opened up and still functional and good in terms of her lines. I like her extra flexibility at the ground, and yet at the same time, she's got as much shape and power as any on the top end of this class. She just puts together a lot of good things for me. The gray heifer in second is one that just kind of kept growing on me out here. Maybe doesn't hit you at first glance as just overwhelming in any area, but she's pretty complete. She's one that doesn't have any holes structurally. She's maybe doesn't quite blend together as nicely as the heifer that wins the class, but I think there's a lot of good pieces here. She's the next to best in terms of her structure. I like her body type. I like her hip shape. I like the added length and extension that she gives you up front. The heifer that's going to be third, propped up at the stand, if you're on a profile, boy, this is one that paints you a really nice picture. I like her body type and her levelness of kind. She's one that looks feminine and still one that's plenty attractive. When I get off either end of her skeleton, that's when I start to question how genuine she really is. She wants to narrow just a little bit more there at her chest, flattens just a little bit more when I step right in behind her. And of the top 4 or 5, she probably gives up as much shape and power as any of them out here. But boy, I like her basic pieces at the stand. And when you set her in motion, she's another one that I sure appreciate her added flexibility. The heifer in fourth, from her shoulder back, I love this heifer. I like her body depth. I like her squareness and stoutness out of her hip. You get up in through her shoulder, she's a little bit more pinched in her forerib and heart. She's a little more set out in her shoulder. She's carrying plenty on her from a condition standpoint, and that extra condition down there in her chest is kind of throwing her off up front, making her waddle just a little bit more when we ask them to lead. Heifer that's going to come next there, the young lady does a really nice job getting this one shown, is the heifer that has an advantage structurally over the female that we just talked about. I like her through her forerib just a little bit better as well. I wish she was dropped just a little bit deeper back there through her rear rib and flank, and I wish she was leveled out of her hip just a notch better. So from a balance standpoint, she would compete just a little bit more on the top end of this class. White heifer coming next is another one that's opened up and powerful and stout in her own right. She's just a little piecier in the way that she puts it all together. Young man, I like the added stoutness and feature in this heifer. I like her added shape from behind. I just wish we could change her from a structural standpoint, let her reach a little bit further up front, follow just a little bit truer from behind. The red heifer coming next is another one again. She's a high volume kind of a heifer, one that I'd like to open up in terms of her base width, make her just look a bit more powerful in terms of her construction as she gets a little finer boned. Gray heifer coming next is another one. Again, I'd just like to see more natural body depth in this heifer, open her up in terms of balance and width. The next couple red heifers are kind of similar in terms of their type and kind. Young lady that's got the darker red heifer's got just an advantage in terms of design and extension, but both these heifers just need more width and power for me to work up in a competitive class. Young lady in the pink here coming out next has got a big-footed, heavy-featured kind of a heifer that's got some substance of bone. She's a little too flat and narrow in the way that she's put together as well. Just like to pull her apart all the way through. Pair of gray heifers on the bottom end of this class are ones that have some parts and pieces you can appreciate. To me, they need change structurally. They're a little more upright up front, a little tighter in the way that they handle themselves from behind. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Final call, Simbra Class 8. Final call, Simbra Class 8. First call, Simbra Class 10. First call, Simbra Class 10. Second call, Brahman Class 14. Second call, Brahman Class 14.
A great division over here. If you would, let's congratulate these exhibitors on a nice lineup. top to bottom, there was a lot of quality that was represented amongst these classes, and so these exhibitors should be very proud of what they were able to do to get back out here in this division drive. You know, you only get to pick two out of each division and then two at the end, but I think that several of these heifers got a lot of future and a lot of promise to them because they offer you a lot of quality, and these young people should be very proud. Just to kind of recap a few things, Red Heifer out of the first class is one that's so striking and so good built. I think that she's one that still maintains those advantages out here. She's not as powerful as some, and that's maybe where she falls short just a little bit for me. I'd like to open her up just a little bit, but I love her feet and legs that she's built on, and the amount of flexibility that she has off both ends is very, very good. The heifer out of the second class is one that just gives you a killer look from the profile. She's well balanced, she's broody, she's got shape and power, and at the same time, she's good in terms of her mobility. She's maybe not as long-necked or as high-tying as a couple of them, but that's getting nitpicky on one that I think, especially from her shoulder back, is pretty unrivaled. The heifer out of the third class is one that I loved her basics of build. I liked her feature, her foot and bone, her advantages in terms of flexibility within her class, and you get her out here and she still maintains some of those same high points for me. She's maybe just a little bit plainer in the way that she blends it all together, but that's a good, solid kind of a female. Young man does a great job getting her shown. Heifer out of the last class that I just discussed is one that, again, very similar to some of these others in the sense that there's shape and power to this heifer. She's broody in terms of the look through her center body. She's maybe just a little bit tighter in the way that she handles herself out of her hip comparatively to some of the other class winners, but that's nitpicky on one that I think is awfully, awfully good, sure attractive enough at the stand. I think several of these are in contention. It makes it fun as an evaluator to kind of sort the differences and share my opinion with you here today. The one that I like the best, that puts together the most positives for me, came out of our second class here. Let's congratulate this young man. Second from that class sure fits in this lineup quite nicely. You know, she's another really stout featured kind of a heifer that's got power and width to her all the way through. I nitpicked on her in class just a little bit that I'd like to rock her back at her shoulder, let her reach just a little bit further up front, and she gets out and goes. And I think that that's still one of the things that I'd change out here in this particular lineup. To me, it gets close. I think there's a couple different directions you can go depending on where you lay your priorities. The one that I like next best in terms of offering the most good from a female standpoint, but also collectively combining all those extras from a show ring aspect. I like this heifer out of the last class here to be reserved. Congratulations.
Results on the Simbra side in Class 3. First went to 91.86. Taylor Gross. Second went to entry 35, Leah Thorpe, and third went to 2295, Jenna Tyler. Congratulations.
Final call, Simbra, Class 8. Final call, Simbra, Class 8. Second call, Simbra, Class 10. Second call, Simbra, Class 10.
On Class 10, on the Brahmin side on the east side, Brahmin side, Class 10, results are as followed. First went to 5921, Addison Sanders. Second goes to 8086, Kimberly Vasquez. And third went to entry 485, Kinsley Gandy. Congratulations. Next in is junior champion for our Brahmin breed.
First call, Brahmin, Class 15. First call, Brahmin, Class 15. Second call, Brahman, Class 15. Second call, Brahman, Class 15. First call for Brahman, Calf, and Junior Division Champions and Reserves. First call for Brahman, Calf Division, Junior Division Champion and Reserve.
Well, another really good class here. A young lady in the pink brings us a really good functional made kind of a heifer that really gets out and goes with freedom and ease off both ends, and I appreciate that about her. She's another one when you get in on her. She's got plenty in terms of width and power. I like the body type that's represented here. I like her condition. I like that she's genuine in terms of her shape, yet she's not carrying too much extra on her, and so compositionally, I gravitate more to that kind anyway. I think she's fresh. I think she's really complete. Just a nice place to start on this end of the class. A gray heifer that's going to be in second out here is another one that's good in terms of her feet and legs. She doesn't match up with quite as much stoutness at the ground as our class winner. She's also one that's just pushing it just a little bit from a condition standpoint for me. I'd like to trim her back just a little bit, honestly, at this stage. But she's sure one that I appreciate her center body volume, the amount of hip shape that she has, her levelness of kind, just a good made kind of a heifer there in second. Heifer in third is one that's really a big scaled kind of a heifer that's big-footed and heavy bone. She's opened up throughout. I wish I could blend her just a little bit better from her shoulder into her forerib. I wish we could level her out just a notch there at her hip to give her just a little more balanced look from a profile. But aside from that, she's just a really good basic build kind of a heifer. Young man does a great job getting her presented. Heifer in fourth is one that at the stand you can really like this heifer. She can give you a nice view. I like her center body volume. I like her hip shape. I like her elegant feminine look up front. She's one that looks to be correct in terms of her structure, but she's one when you get off either end of her skeleton of this competitive top end, she narrows just a little bit more. She flattens just a little bit more through the center portion of her body. She doesn't quite match up with the same power and dimension that we see in a few of the others. Heifer that's coming next is one that just kind of kept working herself on up in the class for me because she didn't have any real big holes. Yes, I'd like to see her higher volumed and I'd like to see her leveler in terms of her type and kind, but she's good at the ground. She's one that's genuine in terms of her shape. Heifers that are leaving the ring now are ones that I'd like to add just a notch more true power and width to them. The next few that are going out here are ones that I'd like to change just a little bit from a balance standpoint, level them up in terms of their design, maybe give them just a little bit longer stride on the go. And the final three heifers as they exit the ring here are ones that just need to have more genuine width to them for me. They need to be cleaned up just a little bit in terms of their look up front and have just a notch more true power and dimension all the way through to work up in the class.
On the Simbra side, catching up in Class 4, first went to 57.50, Jacob Merritt. Second place went to entry 94.69, Caitlin Hendricks, and third went to 86.75, Stockton Lightfoot. Heifer Calf champion on the Simbra side was the winner of Class 4, entry 57.50, Jacob Merritt, and the reserve champion went to entry 11.55, Cannon Hill. Congratulations to our Simbra breeders on Heifer Calf and Reserve Heifer Calf champion.
Final call, Simbra, Class 10. Final call, Simbra, Class 10. First call, Simbra, Classes 13 and 14. First call, Simbra, Classes 13 and 14. Final call, Brahman, Class 15. Final call, Brahman, Class 15. Second call, Brahman, Calf and Junior Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Brahman, Calf and Junior Division Champion and Reserve.
On the Brahman side, our junior champion heifer went to the class winner from '08, Trenton Garrett, and our reserve champion came out of class 10, Addison Saunders. Congratulations. Results from Class 13 on the Brahman side. First went to 11:59, Kinley Curick. Second went to entry 22:99, Carlin Smith. And third went to entry 98:01, Grady Wyatt Posses.
Second call, Simbra, Classes 13 and 14. Second call, Simbra, Classes 13 and 14.
Another good class over here. I like the pair of heifers on the top end of this class. Young lady here with the heifer that's leading out to start the class for me is one that's just so good in terms of her design. I like her presence out here and her eye appeal. She's one that's stylish at the stand, yet at the same time, there's more than enough to her for me in terms of width and power. And at the same time, she's got the right kind of body shape to go along with that. Now, there's times on the go I'd like to see her maybe pick up a pace just a little bit and really showcase, because I think she is one of the more flexible ones that we have in the lineup, but she wants to get just a little bit hesitant at the lead, and I think if we can just get her to go just a little bit more, I think we'd see all her true advantages that she has at the ground in terms of mobility. I like the heifer in second quite a bit. I think she's one that's got some look. She has some presence. She's wide pinned. She's stout out of her hip. She's robust in terms of her body shape. I think comparatively to the class winner, she's just a bit more upright in her shoulder. She's a little shorter in terms of her neck from there forward, but that's getting nitpicky on one that I think offers you a lot of good. Young man in third, you do a nice job out here, buddy. I like the basics of this heifer. I like her flexibility off both ends. I like the udder development that we see coming along here with this heifer. She's a little flatter and narrower in comparison, and that kind of works to her disadvantage in a competitive class, but she's sure functional, and I appreciate that about her. Red heifer that's going to be next, another young man that does an excellent job on the stick. He he gets a lot out of this heifer. She wants to kind of get herself off balance just a little bit more on the go as she tucks at her pins and kind of gets more upright there up front. But pulled together at the stand, she can give you an awful nice look, and I like her added quality. From there, I think we got some differences. Young man's going to come next, has one of the greener ones that we have in the particular lineup, but I like the basics that are here in terms of some shape, in terms of some length and extension. Like to level her out of her hip just a little bit more, add just a notch more true body depth in her. The red heifers that are going to close out the class are very similar in the sense that they're good in terms of their extension. They're good in terms of their feet and legs. Just like to level them out of their hip, blow them apart just a little bit there through their midrib, and add just a notch more true width when I get right in behind them. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Final call, Brahman Class 15, Sterling Andrews and Avery Kolchak. Final call, Brahman Class 15, Sterling Andrews and Avery Kolchak. Final call, Simbra, classes 13 and 14. Final call, Simbra, classes 13 and 14. First call, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Simbra, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Results on the Brahman side, Class 14. First went to 3703 Bailey Petrick. Second went to 1966 Mackenzie Dozak. And third went to 3232 CJ Calhoun. Congratulations. On the Simbra side, Class 7. First went to entry 33 Lakeland Rich, and second went to entry 6342 Riley Dement. Class 8 on the Simbra Heifers. First in class went to entry 2100 Caden Pilat. Second in class went to entry 1414 Justice Epley. And third in class went to 6477 Brooklyn Beard. Congratulations. Next in on the Simbras are junior champion heifers.
Second call, Simbra, Calf Division Champion. Second call, Simbra, Calf Division Champion. Please make your way to the arena. Final call, Simbra, Class 13, Leah Morgan. Final call, Simbra, Class 13, Leah Morgan. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 1. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 1.
a good class over here. Young man's got a red heifer that I like quite a bit. In terms of her basics, she's so good in the way that she travels on the go. I like her freedom in terms of her structural advantages. And then from there, you get on top of this heifer, and she's deceivingly stout. She's got as much power on the top side of her skeleton as anything that we have out here, yet at the same time maintains a feminine look on the profile. To me, on a close-top pair, she just blends so much better from her shoulder into her forerib. I think she's more compositionally genuine, and as I read her through her chest floor, she's not quite carrying as much on her right there, and yet at the same time, she still blends just a little bit truer all the way through. Just a really nice kind of a heifer here to win. There's a lot of things about this next heifer in second that I like. I like her stoutness as you get in behind her. I like her squareness of her hip. I like as she goes to the ground on some substance and extra bone. To me, she's just a little bit piecier in the way that she blends everything together there through her shoulder, back into her heart. She wants to get just a little easier in her top line there as well. And so collectively, she maybe doesn't balance up quite as nicely from an eye appeal standpoint as the heifer that wins the class. But boy, you got to like the added stoutness that this female represents. The heifer in third is one that's doing her job. She comes to us, she's got a full bag, she's got a calf at side, she's still functional in terms of her build. She's maybe not the flashiest thing that we've seen today, but she's a production-oriented female that's good in terms of what she's doing. She's fairly fault-free in terms of having any big holes, and I sure appreciate one that can come to us here today with a full bag like that, a calf at side. She's doing her job. Heifer that's going to be in fourth out here is one that's got pieces, and when I say that, I love the extra stoutness she goes to the ground with. I like her length and extension from her shoulder forward. I like their strength, the top line right there behind her blade, but she just doesn't put it all together in as well balanced of a package as what we have in some of the others. She's got a little bit more chest today. She's a little rounder out of her hip, just throws her look off just a little bit more, but a nice heifer. Red heifer that's going out the gate there is another one that to me has some pieces you can sure appreciate. She's good in terms of her structure. She just narrows up just a bit more off either end of her skeleton. The next heifer the young man has is one that probably has more genuine width than the female I just spoke about, but she's one that's just a little bit plainer in the way that she puts it all together, a little off in her hip, a little finer boned. Young lady coming next has got one with more length and extension and definitely bigger footed, but to me she just needs more natural body depth. I don't see as much udder development in her or the next few heifers coming next that I'd like to see at this stage of the game. We work on down to some heifers here that to me kind of landed towards the bottom of this class because they need more general width, they need more body volume, but they're heifers that these young people can sure be proud of. So if you would, let's congratulate those exhibitors as they leave the ring.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 1. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 1.
Results from Class 10 on the Simbra side. Results from Class 10. First went to 57-51, Jacob Merritt. Second went to 2101, Parker Pilot. And third went to 2098, Micah Ellert. Congratulations, Class 10 winners. Results in Class 15 on the Brahmin side. First went to 4869, Ryan Simpson. Second went to 2393, Avery Kolash. And third went to 5460, Tyler Bolaire. Congratulations, Class 15 winners. Now in is your senior champion, Brahmin Heifer.
Well, a great final division here on the Brahmin side. If you would, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors out here. Really nice collection of class winners and respected seconds. And I'm sure there's some that went back to the barn, too, that, obviously there was quality that ran deep. And so my compliments to the kids that were able to make it back out here. One of the fun things about showing livestock is every day it may be a little bit different outcome. You just never quite know. You work hard and you make sure that you're able to bring as good a livestock as you can to the show. And then from there, you hope that what you like, the judge that day likes, and then it always has a little bit of luck that's mixed in there a little bit too. I always tell my kids that sometimes the hardest part is just to win your class, and then from there it comes down to a matter of opinion on the judge's standpoint. But I think that all of these young people out here, whether they stood first or second within their class, can be proud of the quality that they brought to the Austin show here for you guys. I think they're cattle that are built right. They offer you some functionality, and aside from that, they're ones that represent meat animal shape and power and all those things that we like to see from a show ring aspect as well. I think it comes down between a couple of them for me that just offer me a bit more good in terms of combining some of those functional traits with some added look and presence. The one that I like to be your champion out here is one that hit me hard in class. Young lady here on this end is going to have your champion. Let's congratulate her.
First call, ARB Class 1. First call, ARB Class 1. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 2. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 2.
The heifer that stood second to her in class was one, again, reflecting back. I liked a lot of things about her. I liked some of her basics. Can maybe trim her up just a little bit, but aside from that, I think she's one that's got some power. I think she's one that's correct in terms of her build. She maybe doesn't hit me as hard in terms of presence and look and extra flash out here today as another one, but that's a good heifer. For reserve, I like this red heifer down here off of your last class. Let's congratulate him.
Results on our Simbara side, our junior champion female comes out of Class 10, 57-51, Jacob Merritt. Our reserve junior champion also came out of Class 10, entry 2101, Parker Pilot. Congratulations to our junior champion, Simbra Heifers. Results on the Brahmin side, senior champion came out of class 13, 11:59. Kinley Kachurik, and our reserve champion came out of class 15, entry number 4869, Ryan Simpson. Congratulations to our senior champions. Now in the ring is grand champion Brahmin female.
Well, a really impressive lineup out here on our Brahmin side. If you would, let's congratulate all of these exhibitors that are in the ring and those that competed hard against them within their classes and divisions. It's a nice lineup out here, and I don't pretend to be naive and think that everybody probably liked every decision I made throughout each class, and that's what makes raising livestock, showing livestock, all of this fun and exciting, because you never know exactly what's going to happen. But today I tried to share with you my opinion on which ones I liked and why I liked them, and came to 6 of them out here in this final drive that I think are really quite good. In respect to our 3 division winners, I think they complement each other, and they're all built on similarities in terms of being functional. They're ones that are sound in terms of their structure. I like their rib shape and their basic look from a profile, and on top of that, they got something to them from a power and width standpoint. There's a pair of them out here that I really like. I'm going to go out and shake the hands of your champion and reserves, but if you would, one more time, let's put our hands together for all these Brahmin exhibitors.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 2. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 2. Second call, ARB, Class 1. Second call, ARB, Class 1.
Results on our Brahmin side of the ring. Our overall grand champion, Brahmin female, went to Trenton Garrett, and our reserve grand champion, Brahmin female, went to Madison Parker. Congratulations. Reminder to our grand and reserve grand winners, please bring your show bios so that it can be read during the Supreme Champion Drive. Please bring your show bios to the announcer table so we can read during the Supreme Champion Drive. Thank you very much. On our east side of the ring, we're starting our Santa Gertrudis show. We had a great thing. Each class winner is going to get a belt buckle sponsored by a breeder and the Midwest Coast Santa Gertrudis Association. So not only divisions and our grand and reserve, but class winners today will get a belt buckle. Class 1 winner, belt buckle sponsor is Ellis Pasture from Buda, Texas. Winner on the Simbra side in Class 14, 2 in the class. First went to 35.83 Brindley Buzzard, and second went to 63.46 Kaylee Dement. Now we're in for our senior champion, Simbra Heifer.
Final call, ARB Class 1. Final call, ARB Class 1. First call, ARB Class 2. First call, ARB Class 2. What she got, 2? First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 3. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 3.
Judging our Santa Gertrudis show today is Ravina Bloomberg. Ravina grew up in central Nebraska on a diversified livestock operation. Her passion has been in the livestock industry, and she judged junior college at Blackhawk East and then Oklahoma State University, and was an All-American at both at the university levels. She holds a degree in ag communications from OSU. She's judged she's judged major shows in over 25 states. Help us and welcome Ravina Bloomberg as our Santa Gertrudis judge.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. Final call, ARB Class 1, Rihanna Shepard and Bella Parker. Final call, ARB Class 1, Rihanna Shepard and Bella Parker. Second call, ARB Class 2.
Real nice way to get us started off over here with our Santa Gertrudis. A real high quality, flashy made, good looking, well built kind of a heifer here to win this class. I love the look that she gives you up front. She's high tying and extended, still yet feminine, and blends right from there back. Does she overwhelm you with as much power and dimension? No, but she's got more than enough, and she handles it appropriately when you ask the cattle to get out and lead. She was an easy winner for me. I think I like a lot of things about that heifer. Be fun to see her come back here later on in our division. Heifer that sits second here, I like this heifer in terms of practicality. I like her center body dimension. I like her extra shape that she has. I think that she's one that's just very complete. She's very functional in terms of her build. She's not as cool looking or as trendy maybe as the heifer that wins the class, but her basics are sure there, and I think that she'll be a lot of fun for that young exhibitor as you project her on into a big one. Heifer that's going to stand third out here is one that in terms of her mobility, I love the added flex that she has off both ends of her skeleton. I like the body type that's represented here. She's a little plainer in her look up front, and she's got just a little more chest and neck to her, but aside from that, excuse me, she's a heifer that I really appreciate the added width of chest, the added dimension she has when you get right in behind her, and that's what keeps her in the mix here on the top end of this class. Heifer that's going to end up in fourth is one from the profile. I really like the utility look that she gives you through the center portion of her body. She's one that's got the fundamentals. She's just also a little bit plainer, and as I start comparing her amongst this top four, she's the one that's more flat as she's made there through the center portion of her body. She flattens more out of her hip and narrows more to her base. So I start to question her just a little bit more in terms of her genuineness and stoutness long term. But I think that she's sure one that I like the added depth that she has. I like her length of stride. Heifer that's coming next is another one that's high tying and good looking up front. I wish that we could change her just a little bit in the way that she comes to the surface up front. She wants to toe out just a little bit more. She gets a little flatter and plainer in the way that she views from behind. Next couple heifers, young lady in the greens got one that's good in terms of her top line. I appreciate that. She needs more power and width for me here today. Just like to see her opened up a little bit more all the way through. Young man, you got more shape in your heifer, and I appreciate that, but she's also just a little bit piecier in the way that she puts it all together. I think if we could just blend her a little nicer from a balance standpoint, then she'd rival some of those on the top end as well. Heifer that's going to come next is real robust through the center portion of her body. I question her just a little bit in terms of structural integrity. As she's coarser through her shoulder, she's set out just a little bit more in her hock. Heifer that we got coming next here is one that gives you some length and extension. She's a little bit plainer in the way that she puts it all together, maybe doesn't quite hit you as hard in terms of presence and eye appeal. And we can work down to some heifers within this class that to me collectively have some parts and pieces that you can sure appreciate. They'll make a really good project for these young people. Today in this ring, they need more to them for me. They need more width and power. Like to see them with just a little bit more natural body depth. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Class 1 in Santa Gertrudis go as follows. First place goes to 7853, Kaylee Starnes. Second place goes to entry 7370, Laney Kubeka. And third goes to entry 1343, Luke Nelson. Congratulations to our Santa Gertrudis winner and buckle winner.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 3. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. First call, ARB, Class 3. First call, ARB, Class 3.
Updating our results on our Simbra side. First go to our senior champions out of Class 14. Went to Brindley Buzzard with entry 3583. The reserve senior champion came out of Class 13, 1156 Cannon Hill. Our grand champion overall Simbra Heifer came out of Class 4, Jacob Merritt, entries 5750. And our reserve grand champion came out of Class 14, Brindley Buzzard, entry number 3583. Congratulations to our Simbra breeders. Please remember to bring your bios to the announcer stand for Supreme Drive. If you want to breed, please remember to bring your bios to the announcer stand for the Supreme Drive. Thank you. In our Santa Gertrudis side, we're currently judging Class 2. The winner of this class will receive a belt buckle from the family of Cale Cornelius from Timpson, Texas.
Really
Second
nice.
call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 4.
I like this class winner over here. I think she's one that's definitely my style in terms of the way she's built. Starting at the ground, she's a big-footed, heavy-structured kind of a heifer that's opened up at her base. She maintains that same advantage when you get right in on top of her. She's got a good look in terms of her body shape and her stoutness throughout. Now, is she the most whistle-necked thing? No, but she's plenty good looking in terms of the way she ties in high. She's got plenty of length. I think this is a really good female here to win this this class. I think the heifer in second's got a lot of pieces you can sure appreciate about her as well. She's another one that looks like a future brood cow, and they're look through her center. I like the squareness that she has out through her hip. Relatively speaking to our class winner, she's not as stout and dimensional, but still she's awfully attractive, extremely good looking from the profile, really sound at the ground. I think you get more of a question from me anyway between third and fourth, because there's some trade-offs amongst those. The one that I like next best, the young man has here in third, I think is just a notch truer in terms of her design. She stays stronger in her top line and squarer out of her hip, and at the same time I think she goes to the surface just a little bit truer as well. And I think that the heifer in fourth is really bold and opened up. I think her best days are to come. I think she's really green here today, but I think when you analyze the pieces, for me anyway, I love the added depth of body you see in this heifer. I love the genuine shape you get when you step right in behind her. She's just a little bit plainer today relative to some of the others on the top end of this class, but give her time because I think she's got a lot of good to her. Then we work on down in the class. Young man's going to come next here. He's got a really high volume kind of a heifer that I appreciate that about her. She's a little bit plainer in her look, a little more open in her shoulder, wants to funnel just a little bit more out of her hip. Then the heifer that's going to come next that the young lady has is another one that I appreciate her center body volume. To me, she's shorter hipped, and then consequently, when we ask him to lead, she's shorter in that step, wants to get more underneath herself on the go. Heifer coming next is one that, again, I like her basic pieces. She's not as flashy or as eye-appealing here today as a few of them on the top end of this class, but her practicality and her functional build will take her a long way for me. Young man that's going to come next here has got another one that's wide-chested, good in terms of her body depth. To me, she's just a little bit flatter there through the center portion of her body, a little bit plainer when I step right in behind her. We work on down in this class, and we got several of these that I appreciate, the bone work and the added foot size that they have. Maybe like to match that up with a little bit more true shape when I get right in behind them. A few of these need to be a little longer strided, a little truer moving as well. And as we sort on down in the class, there's some of these that to me just don't balance up quite as nicely from a profile aspect to work up any higher today. If you would, please congratulate those exhibitors.
Second call, ARB, Class 3. Second call, ARB, Class 3.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Final call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 4. Final call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 4. First call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 7. First call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 7.
Results in Class 2 of the Santa Gertrudis Show. First place went to entry 990, Penny Murray. Second place went to entry 6333, Kelton Leonard. And third place went to entry 7210, Nicholas O'Neill. Congratulations, Class 2 winners. Class 3 winner on the Santa Gertrudis side, winner of the belt buckle, is donated by Went Ranches Partners from Bay City, Texas.
Second call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 7. Second call, Senator Gertrudis, Class 7.
Another nice class over here. Maybe not just that one that hits you as hard as we've had in the last couple classes. I had to work a little bit harder to sort through these in terms of where I wanted to land. But I like this white switched heifer out here the young lady has. This dark red heifer is really nice in terms of her profile. She's feminine in terms of her look up front. She probably stays the most collected and balanced on the move as any of them that we have out here. Yet at the same time, she's got the right kind of body shape for me. Then I think you got to kind of pick and choose from there in terms of what you want to do. The one that I think represents the next most good in terms of her basics is the young lady in second. I think this heifer's got some stoutness. She's got some shape and power to her. She's still high volume kind of a heifer. She's a little coarser in the way that she puts it all together, and I probably over-criticized her at first glance because of that, because I would like to smooth her up through her shoulder and extend her out there through her front end. But still, I think in terms of her basics, I like her added advantage in chest width. I like her added substance of bone. Heifer is going to come next here is one that she's a little longer fronted than the one that we just talked about. She's probably a little higher volumed as well, but she goes to the surface with a little finer bone. She's a little narrower in terms of her construction, a little flatter in terms of her build all the way through. Young man that's going to come next here has got a heifer that offers you some length and extension. I appreciate that about her. On the go, she's probably the most hesitant in terms of her movement, and that kind of works to her disadvantage out here amongst this class, but still I think a heifer that's got some quality. She's got some width to her when you get right in behind her. The heifer that's going to round out the class, on the profile, she's a good-bodied kind of a heifer. I appreciate that about her. She's one that looks like a lady from her shoulder forward in terms of extra length of front end. To me, the problem is when I get off either end of her skeleton. She wants to narrow up in terms of her build. She's flatter in terms of her shape. I just like to open her up all the way through and add just a shot more true power in this female to work up any higher. Nice class. Congratulations.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 7. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 8. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 8. First call, ARB, Class 4. First call, ARB, Class 4.
Results from Class 3 in the Santa Gertrudis show is as followed. First went to 42-63, J.C. Hegar. Second went to 78-39, Hannah Dreer. And third went to 93-20, Bel Air Moyer. Congratulations, Class 3 winners. Next in, Santa Gertrudis is Class 4, and the winner of that class will receive a belt buckle donated by Square Running M Ranch out of Nacogdoches, Texas. On the west side of the ring, the ARB show is going 67 total heifers today. Results in Class 1. First goes to 394, Madeline Giltz. Second goes to 8009, Bella Parker. And third place went to 2099, Caden Pilot. Congratulations to our winners in Class 1.
Second call, ARB Class 4. Second call, ARB Class 4.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. If you've had a grand or reserve grand champion heifer today in the breeding show, please bring your bios to the announcer stand. In addition, after the breeding show is done and before the Supreme Champion Drive, we will take a 30-minute break to prepare the ring for the Supreme Drive. So give yourself a little time. We'll take a 30-minute break between the conclusion of the last show before we start the Supreme Drive.
Nice class here. I think there's 3 heifers on the top end of this class that you could sure make a case for, depending on where you prioritize and what you really like. If you line those 3 up a little different than I did, I don't have a problem with that because I think that they represent so much good for their breed, for their respected age category, and within this industry in terms of their function, added with some look and some power. I like this young man's heifer here to win. To me, she's more my speed in terms of offering all of those basic fundamentals with some added style and eye appeal. I love the ladylike presence that she gives you up front. She's super sound and flexible in terms of her movement. She's one that really blends nicely. She's really good through her forerib and back there through her rear rib and flank. Just a nice made kind of a heifer. Now, there's no doubt that in second, I got a heifer that's really stout and opened up, and I appreciate that about her. But at the same time, with that added stoutness, she's a little coarser for me. She's a little bit bolder there through her shoulder. She's a little plainer in her look from there forward. She gets a little thicker in her neck. She's got a little bit more chest as well. I think if you could pretty her up from that standpoint, it'd make it really close on the top end of this class, because I like her added depth of body. I like her added stoutness. I just wish she was just a little bit trendier in terms of her look there up front. Heifer in third is one that I tell you what, when they came through the gate, I knew she had a look of quality. I like the feet and legs that she's built on. She's as big a footed one as we have out here, and yet at the same time, so good in terms of her mobility. She gives you a killer look from the side. She ties higher than the heifer that I just talked about in second in terms of her neck into the top side of her shoulder. She's one that's just more feminine from that standpoint, but at the same time, when I really break them down, to me, she gets a little more peaked there at the top side of her skeleton, a little sharper from that standpoint. Doesn't match up with the same amount of shape and power as we have in the pair heifers that placed ahead of her, but boy, I love her look, and I think on down the road, she's going to be a really fun project for this young lady. Fourth is just a solid made kind of heifer. Young lady does a nice job with her out here. She's one that doesn't have any big holes, but at the same time, she runs into some competitiveness in this class, and it kind of sifts her on down to that fourth place spot, as she's just a little flatter in her overall build, a little more fine in terms of her bone work. Heifer that's coming next is one that's bigger footed and stouter featured. She just needs more body depth for me. She needs to be more opened up in terms of true muscle and shape. Heifer that's coming next is one that gives you a good look up front. She's extended and well balanced from that standpoint. I'd like to change her a little bit structurally. When we ask him to go, she's one of the shorter stepping heifers that we have in this lineup. Heifer that's coming next has got one that from behind, she's got shape and width to her. I'd like to change her just a little bit in terms of her balance. I'd like to maybe make her reach just a little bit further as she goes up front as well. Young man coming next has got one that's deep bodied. She needs to be opened up in terms of her base width and power, as she gets a little too narrow for me. Then we conclude the class with a pair of heifers that have some basics to them that I appreciate. I'd like to make them a bit more attractive in terms of their balance and their symmetry, but they're heifers that, again, they get out and move with some flexibility. They just need more to them today. Congratulations.
Results in Class 1 on the ARB 11 in the class. First went to 394, Madeline Gillets. Second place went to 8009, Bella Parker. And third went to 2099, Kaylin Pilot. Congratulations, Class 1 winners.
Final call, ARB Class 4. Final call, ARB Class 4. Second call, Senator Gertrudis Class 8. Second call, Senator Gertrudis Class 8.
Well, fun lineup over here for this division. I think we got 4 classes that were well represented in terms of quality, and we bring our class winners back out here, and they don't lack anything from that standpoint. The first class winner, a young Summerborn, I think has got so much future to her. I love the way she looks up front in terms of her quality. She's feminine. She's good in terms of her lines. I really like the profile and the extra flash that she gives you from a show ring aspect. There's a lot of good in that female. Heifer out of the second class is one, I reflect back, that was a competitive class, and that's a good heifer. That's a heifer that I love the body shape that's represented. I love her added stoutness. She's one that sure blends together everything appropriately, and at the same time offers a look of function and gets out and travels well on the go. Just a good built kind of a heifer that I like a lot of things about. Heifer that wins the third class was one maybe not as much to pick from in that class in terms of numbers, but a good heifer, one that's a big footed. She's got some bone underneath her. There's some base width here. She maybe doesn't blend together quite as nice from an eye appeal standpoint as we get back out here in division as those on either side of her, but I think that there's quality to this female, and she definitely has that look of function. Heifer I just talked about in our final class in this division is one that sure gives you a great look from the profile. Young man does a nice job getting this one shown. She's one that's got some shape and power. I like the body type that's represented here. And in a close comparison with another one out here, is she a stout in terms of her feature? Does she go to the surface with just as much bone or openness as skeleton? That's the question that maybe you have. But boy, in terms of her fundamentals, I really like that heifer quite a bit. To me, it comes down between a couple of them, although I think all of them have quality. I really like this heifer out of the second class. She's going to be your champion. We'll follow it up with a young man from the fourth class to be reserved.
Results on the Santa Gertrudis side from Class 4. First went to 8170, William Zellert. Second place went to 6993, Laney Machete. And third went to 7372, Kinsley Quebec. Our calf champion on the Santa Gertrudis side went to Class 2 winner Penny Murray, and the reserve champion went to Class 4 winner William Zagat. Congratulations on our calf and reserve calf champion on the Santa Gertrudis side.
Final call, ARB Class 4, Cayman Cody and Caleb Horner. Again, ARB Class 4, final call for Cayman Cody and Caleb Horner.
Winners on our Class 2 ARB. First went to 6657, Hollis Holmes. Second went to 859, Kendall Wiggett. And third went to 9222, Jackson Smith. Congratulations, Class 2 winners of ARB.
First call, ARB Class 7. First call, ARB Class 7. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 9. First call, Santa Gertrudis Class 9.
Winner of our Class 3 on the ARB side, first went to 9213, Gretchen Meriton. Second went to 1287, Maverick Cody, and third went to 2304, Grant Hammonds. Congratulations, Class 3 winners. On Santa Gertrudis side, our class winner will receive a belt buckle. And this sponsor of the Class 7 belt buckle is Justin and Jennifer Pirtle from Henderson, Texas. Thank you for your generous donation.
Another good class over here. I like both of them on the top end of this class quite a bit. Young Mans bring a lighter colored heifer here that's so good in terms of her build. I think her foundation is correct in terms of structure, some width of dimension there, maintains that advantage up high, right kind of body shape. I just really like the way that this heifer is brought to us. She's in an appropriate rig in terms of her condition. Really nice place to start. There's a lot of things about this darker red heifer that I like as well. You know, she's one, when you ask the cattle to lead, she's as long strided and true moving as anything that we have in the class. Comparatively, though, to our class winner, she doesn't match up with the same amount of shape and power when I get right in behind them, and that's maybe where I nitpicky on her just a little bit. But she's a good-bodied kind of a heifer that's super functional in terms of her build. I like her to sit there in second. Heifer in third is one that's, again, another heifer that doesn't have a lot of flaws. She's good in terms of her mobility. She's one I wish had just a notch more rear rib and flank, because when she gets a little tucked up there, it throws her look off for me from a balance standpoint. Aside from that, she's appropriate and genuine in terms of her width and her shape. I like the added dimension she has when I get right in behind them. I just wish she had more natural body depth. Heifer coming next here is one that gives you some length and extension. I appreciate the foot and bone that she steps down on. To me, she's a little bit piecier in the way that she puts it all together. She wants to get a little tighter right there behind her shoulder. She wants to flatten just a little bit more out of her hip, but a nice heifer. The young man does a really good job getting her shown. Heifer coming next is one that, again, I like the added body depth that she has. Aside from that, though, she's a little more upright in terms of her shoulder. I'd like to correct her from a structure standpoint to really get out and handle the ring with more stability. Heifer that we got coming next here is one that gives you some length up front. She's one that's probably a little bit more dimensional when you get right in behind her than a couple of the others, but to me she's a little more off balance. Like to correct that from her just a little bit. Heifer coming next is one that gives you some length and extension. She's long strided, but she's also probably the flattest and narrowest one that we have in this particular class, and that works against her for me out here. And the heifer that's going to round out the class, she's got more shape and power. She's just a little bit plainer in the way that she puts it all together. I'd like to reconstruct her out of her hip and hind leg. Nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Second call, ARB Class 7. Second call, ARB Class 7. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 9. Second call, Santa Gertrudis Class 9.
Results in Class 7. Santa Gertrudis Heifers. First goes to 1127. Denton Rustler. Second goes to 5988. Rihanna Villanueva. And third place goes to 3340. Maven McCullochek. Reminder in the barns, if you had a champion or reserve heifer in a breed division, please bring your bio up to the announcer stand. We need those as soon as possible. And we will also take a 30-minute break at the conclusion of the ARB and the Santa Gertrudis shows. Once they're both over, we'll start the clock with 30-minute break before we do the Supreme Drive so you can prepare properly. Thank you.
First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10.
Well, another good class here. A young man's got a pretty logical class winner, in my opinion. In terms of her basic build, she just puts a lot of good things together in one complete kind of a package. I like her look at the stand and even more when they set them in motion. She's the one that's good in terms of her structural base. She has flexibility up both ends of her skeleton, matches up with an appropriate amount of shape and power when you get in behind her. Nice heifer to start with. Then you got some give and take from there all the way down amongst this group. The heifer that I like next best the young man has, I like her because of her added body depth and utility look there through the center portion of her body. She's one that looks like a brood cow. She's the one that goes to the service with some foot and bone, yet at the same time she's got some base width and some dimension from that standpoint. I'd like to see her hinge just a little bit better in the way that she handles herself from behind on the go, but I liked her added width and dimension enough better to keep her in that second place spot. Heifer in third is one that gives you more extension, more length. She too, I like to change just a little bit from a stability standpoint out of her hock. She's also one that's just a little bit tighter and shallower there through her center body, and that's what kind of surfaces her down into that third place spot. Heifer coming next is one that I really do like, the extra softness and practicality that she gives you in terms of her look from a profile. Aside from that, though, she's gets a little bit base narrow. She's a little bit plainer in the way that she puts it all together. She wants to flatten just a little bit more when you get right in behind her. And you got a heifer here that's big-footed and heavy-boned. Aside from that, though, she's plenty coarse in the way that she puts it all together, a little bit more tubular in terms of her body type. Like to see more natural spring of rib and volume. Heifer that's going to round out this class is one that gives you a neat look up front. She ties high there into her shoulder, but from there back, she kind of falls out of balance a little bit more for me, a little narrower in terms of her construction all the way through.
Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. Final call, ARB Class 7. Final call, ARB Class 7. First call, ARB Classes 8 and 9. First call, ARB Classes 8 and 9.
Results of Class 8 on the Santa Gertrudis side, winning the belt buckle, sponsored by Straight Ranches from Streetman, Texas, is entry number 7995, John Bishel. Second goes to entry 6615, Graham Cross. And third goes to 6188, Kendall Carrington. Congratulations.
Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, Class 10. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Classes 13 and 14. First call, Santa Gertrudis, Classes 13 and 14. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Classes 13 and 14. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Classes 13 and 14.
Another good class over here. I like the young man's heifer here to win the class for me. I think she's stouter featured, and yet at the same time, she's the most flexible on the go as anything that we have out here. She's a little cleaner in her joints as well, comparatively to the heifer that's going to come second. And I think that she's one that's more than adequate in terms of her look and her presence from the profile. She just blends a lot of nice things together for me to go ahead and use to win the class. There's times that I really like this heifer in second. In terms of her look of stoutness, she's a functional body type kind of a heifer that I appreciate that about her. You know, when you get in on her, she wants to be one she's fighting the halter just a little bit more, and so I kind of gave her the benefit of the doubt in terms of her movement. And then you get in on her and you see the extra puffiness that she has there at her hocks, and you start to question just how genuine she is in terms of her flex and her reach, but still one that's got a good body type represented. She's one that's got some shape and power. I love the look from her shoulder forward in terms up high on this heifer that's going to stand in third. She's feminine, she's big-bodied, she's robust. I love all those things about her. She's one of those top three, is probably the quickest and shortest in terms of her step on the go. She's carrying as much condition as any, and if we could clean up her chest floor there just a little bit, it would add to her look just a little bit more as well. And also, as we start comparing back, she wants to go to the ground on the finest bone of any that we have out here. I'd just like to see her do more genuine in terms of her stoutness. Heifer that's going to come next is one that's good in terms of her body depth. I like her added feature and bone that she's built on. She wants to flatten just a little bit more there behind her shoulder. She plays out just a little bit more when I get right in behind her as well. Young man that's going to come next here has got a heifer that, again, I appreciate the parts and pieces that she represents. She's got some depth of body. She's strong in terms of her top line. She's just too narrow off either end of her skeleton for me to want to work up any higher today. The young lady in the orange here driving the next one, I think this is a heifer that, again, has some length and extension. I'd like to see her handle herself with a bit more reach and a little longer strided. And the heifer that's going to round out the class, she is more flexible. She's a little more tubular, though, in her body type. I'd like to see more natural body volume and depth to her to work her up any higher as well.
Results from Class 4 on the ARB side. First went to entry 7369, Laney Kubeka. Second went to entry 1291, Cayman Cody. And third went to entry 3582, Brindley Buzzard. Currently in our calf and reserve calf champion on the ARB side.
Second call, ARB, classes 8 and 9. Second call, ARB, classes 8 and 9. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, classes 13 and 14. Final call, Santa Gertrudis, classes 13 and 14. First call, Santa Gertrudis, class 15. First call, Santa Gertrudis, class 15.
Class 9 results on our Santa Gertrudis side are going to get a belt buckle sponsored by Kubeka Ranches.
Final call, ARB, classes 8 and 9. Final call, ARB, classes 8 and 9. First call, ARB, class 10. First call, ARB, class 10. Second call, Senator Gertrudis, class 15. Second call, Senator Gertrudis, class 15.
Results in Class 9 Santa Gertrudis Heifers go as followed. First goes to 2084 Sierra Wanick. Second place goes to 7403 Fiona Joseph. And third place goes to 1124 Savannah Rossler. Congratulations. And the belt buckle sponsor for that class was Kubiak Ranches again. Gene and Nancy Kubeka from Bay City, Texas. On our ARB side, our calf champion goes to the Class 4 winner, 7369, Laney Kubeka, and reserve champion goes to Class 4, Cayman Cody, entry 1291. Congratulations.
Another good class over here. Young lady in the pink brings us a nice one in terms of practicality. I like the flexibility that this heifer has to offer off both ends. She's still one that's good in terms of her body type and her look from a profile. Young lady does a nice job getting that one shown. Heifer that's going to be in second, I think this is one that gives you a sure enough look of stoutness and feature. I like the added width that she has. Relatively speaking, I think that she's one that maybe is set just a little bit wider there at her pins. But aside from that, I don't think she's as robust there through the center portion of her body. I'd like to change her just a little bit in the way that she goes from her shoulder to the ground. And the heifer that's going to end up in third out here, this is a really big-bodied kind of a heifer that I appreciate the udder development that she's got going on. She's wide-chested and bold-sprung, but she's a little piecier in the way that she puts it all together. I think if we could just change her from a balance aspect, I think she could sort herself on up in this class as well. Heifer that's going to come next is one. This young lady does a nice job getting her shown. On a profile, she's strong-topped and level-hipped. She gives you a cool look up front. She's one that's just a bit more two-dimensional. I get in behind her, and she's flat there through the center portion of her body. She plays out just a little bit more from behind. Doesn't have as much true width and shape as we have in some of the others, but she does give you a really nice look. Young man that's going to come next here has got a heifer that, again, another one that's robust in terms of her body shape. She's one that's big-footed when she goes to the surface. She's a little bit plainer in the way that she puts it all together. Just like to add just a notch more flash and eye appeal in her. And we round out with a couple of heifers. A young lady coming next here has got one who I appreciate the bag and the udder development that she has. Aside from that, though, I'd like to see more natural depth of body to go along with that, or she's going to look pretty sucked out when that calf gets here. Heifer that's going to come next here, to my opinion, is one that gives you some length and extension. To me, she just needs to be balanced up a little bit nicer, have a notch more true width and power when I get right in behind her.
Results from Class 10 Santa Gertrudis Heifers. First place goes to 6189, Kendall Carrington. Second place goes to 8445, Caden Mullins. And third goes to 5979, Kendra Minshew. Our Class 10 sponsor of the belt buckle was Rocking S6 Cattle Company, the Schulman family from Navasota, Texas. Thank you for your generous donation.
Second call, ARB Class 10. Second call, ARB Class 10. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 15. Final call, Santa Gertrudis Class 15. Final call, ARB Class 10. Final call, ARB Class 10. First call, Senator Gertrudis, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, Senator Gertrudis, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Well, a nice division lineup out here. I know we had some shakeups in at least one of those classes, but at the same time, I think the ones that we end up with out here for this division represent so much good and so much quality from a functional standpoint. And I guess that's where I get kind of nitpicky. You know, sometimes it's easy to find cattle that are stout. It's easy to find them that are opened up. But when you talk about females, to be able to put together the right kind of structural base with the right kind of body type, that's always top priorities for me. As I go through these, there's one when they came out in class that was really impressive in terms of long-term value, their look, their shape, combining so much with the right kind of skeletal base. I just really like the heifer out of class 1 here to be your champion. Let's congratulate him. It gets maybe just a little bit closer for reserve. There's a few different directions that you could go. And again, you know, this is a heifer that I'm going to use for reserve because I think that her basic pieces are there. I think that the body type represented is good. I'd like to clean her up in her joints just a little bit, but she's still really nice in terms of her profile. Heifer leading out here in the middle of the ring is going to be reserve. Congratulations.
Results on our ARB side, Class 7. First went to 88-21, Vicente Garza III. Second went to 80-85, James Mason Carlo. And third place went to 856, Greenlee Wallace. Congratulations.
Whitley Beatrick.
Huh?
Beatrick.
It's a W.
I know, but you say V. Whitley Beatrick.
Zach Ferris.
Lane Dameron.
Results on Class 8 on the ARB side go, first goes to 47-28, Whitley Beatrick. Second place goes to 64-96, Tech Ferris. And third goes to 92-33, Lane Dameron. Congratulations, ARB Class 8 winners. On our Santa Gertrudis side, our junior champion female comes out of Class 7, 11-27 from Denton Rossler. And our reserve champion comes out of Class 9, Sierra Wanick. That's our junior and reserve junior champion. Next in is Class 13. Our Class 13 belt buck sponsor is Amanda Milliken from Crum, Texas. Thank you, Amanda, for your generous donation.
Real nice place to land here to start this class. I like this female quite a bit. Aside from the fact that she's got a real nice udder working under her and a high-quality calf at side, her as an individual is really quite nice. She's good in terms of her structure. I love the body type that she represents. Good condition, perfect from that standpoint, especially when you consider her doing the work with this calf at side. And then she couples all that together on a sound structural base with some added width and power. Real nice place to start. Then I think you got some give and take. I like this next heifer coming in because she's the one that's got the next most body depth. I like the added volume that she has. She's got some udder development, and I appreciate that. She's a little coarser through her shoulder. She's probably a little more refined in terms of her bone work. But again, I like her basic pieces next best. Heifer that's going to be third out here is the one that she gives you a cool look from her shoulder forward. I love that added extension that she has to offer. Level in terms of her design, and again, one that's got a nice bag working underneath her. To me, she's a bit moderate in terms of her frame. I'd like to see her maybe just a little bit bigger in terms of her type and kind. I'd like to see her a little stouter, more dimensional throughout as well. And then effort's going to round out the class is one that is bigger hip. She's wider set at her pins, but to me, she's also one that's just a little bit flatter there through the center portion of her body. She's just a little bit more hesitant in the way that she goes to the surface as well.
First call, ARB, classes 13, 14, and 15. First call, ARB, classes 13, 14, and 15. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, Santa Gertrudis, Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Another nice class over here. One that to me just kind of each thing or each female has its spot. The one that's going to win the class to me is just so nice in terms of her build. I like the way she puts everything together from a structural standpoint. The calf at side, she's doing her job. I like still the added body depth that she has to go along with it. Super feminine, really stout made, good place to start. The one that's going to be in second here, she's putting a lot into this calf, and I appreciate that about her. She's one that's again offers you some length and extension. I appreciate the stoutness that I see out of her hip. She's a little bit piecier in the way that she puts it all together. I'd like to see her blend from her shoulder into her heart just a little bit smoother. I'd like to see her go to the surface on a little more stoutness of bone. Then the heifer that's going to be third out here runs into a tough class. I think this heifer's got some basic pieces that you can sure appreciate in terms of foot size. She has some length up front. She gives up quite a bit, in my opinion, in terms of genuine width all the way through, and ultimately she just needs more center body for me to justify working up in this competitive class.
Results on our Santa Gertrudis side, Class 13. First goes to Rena Villanueva. Second place goes to Nicholas O'Neill. And third place goes to Caden Leonard. In Class 14 on the Santa Gertrudis side, first place goes to 6994 Laney Machetti. Second place goes to 1764 Avery Moreland. And third place goes to 7174 Sydney Luce. Congratulations. Our Class 14 buckle sponsor was Daryl Dennison from Alvin, Texas. Thank you, Daryl, for your great donation.
Second call, ARB, Class 13, 14, and 15. Second call, ARB, Class 13, 14, and 15.
On our ARB side, Class 9, winners go as followed. First place goes to 9119 Mandy Johnson. Second place goes to 6465 Brendan Driscoll. And third place goes to 6627 Analia Munoz Cardi. On our Santa Gertrudis side, our Class 15 belt buck sponsor is Excel Santa Gertrudis from Santa Fe, Texas. Thank you for your generous donation. Excel Santa Gertrudis from Santa Fe, Texas.
Another nice class here. I think all these females have some quality. Obviously, they're in production already, and so my compliments to these young people on that. The one that I like to use to win the class, to me, is just a little bit more stylish. She's a little nicer balanced, the way that she blends everything together. I like that added pizzazz that she has. The calf looks good standing that side, and still at the same time, she's got the right kind of body shape and extra dimension for me. Nice place to start. Heifer in seconds, another one that I sure appreciate her in terms of what she's putting into this calf. I like the center body dimension here. She's good in terms of her structural base. She's not as stout as the cow that we're going to round out the class with, but at the same time, I think she's appropriate. I think that she's one. I appreciate her condition. I appreciate her extra femininity. The one that's going to stand third out here is one that I sure appreciate in terms of her substance at the ground. She's one that's wide base. She's wide at her pins. She's putting a lot into this calf at side, and you can tell is doing her job in terms of adding some performance to the next generation. To me, she's just a little bit coarser in the way that she puts it all together. I think if she could blend just a little bit nicer from her shoulder there, maybe be just a notch more attractive up front, but still a high quality kind of a pair here to stand third. My compliments to all these exhibitors.
Results of Class 15 on the Santa Gertrudis side, 3 in the class. First went to 7404 Fiona Joseph. Second goes to 9172 Angelique Sanchez. And third went to 8492 Kai Yackel. Next in will be our senior champions on the Santa Gertrudis side. Senior champion Heifer on the Santa Gertrudis side.
Really
Final
nice.
call, ARB Class 15. Final call, ARB Class 15. First call, ARB Calf Division Champion and Reserve. First call, ARB Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Well, if you would, put your hands together for this final division as Santa Gertrude is out here. A lot of quality represented both amongst the females as well as the next generation that most of these already have at side. So my compliments to the exhibitors on getting to that next stage of production and still being able to exhibit females that look like this. It's not easy to do, and so I congratulate you on that. We bring them back out, and the one out of our first class was one that's so elegant, so well balanced, put together so nicely, starting at the ground. I think she's sure one that you find in contention out here, and just in terms of her basic build. Heifer out of the second class is one that's really robust through her center body. She's one that's got a big foot working underneath her. She's putting a lot into that calf at side. I appreciate that. Maybe not quite as well balanced, but one that sure got some shape and dimension. And then our final class that I just talked about gave us a pair that, to me, the cow is really working hard. That's a high-performing calf at side, and she's done her job there. At the same time, she still looks like a female. She's got the right kind of condition at this stage with that calf at side. Still represents a lot of good in terms of her general build and stoutness. To me, though, as I analyze these, it's not that close. I like this Class 1 winner here to be your champion. Let's put our hands together for her. We'll follow it up with reserve with the pair that stood right behind her. Congratulations.
Winners on the ARB side, Class 10. 7 in the class. First goes to 32-21, Kinsley Rose. Second goes to 92-14, Barrett Merton. And third place in that class goes to 85-79, Savannah Skaggs. Currently in on our ARB side is the junior champion female drive. Next in on our Santa Gertrudis side will be for our grand champion Santa Gertrudis Heifer. Our champion belt buckles are sponsored by our grand champion belt buckle sponsor was Triple P Ranch from Trinity, Texas. And our reserve grand champion belt buckle was sponsored by Mackey Cattle Company from Timpson, Texas. Thank you to both of you for your generous donations. Our senior champions on the Santa Gertrudis side. Senior champion goes a Class 13 winner, Rihanna Villanueva, number 5987. And our reserve champion comes out of Class 14, Laney Matchett, entry number 6994. Currently, on the Santa Gertrudis side, we are picking our grand champion and reserve grand champion Santa Gertrudis Heifer.
Second call, ARB Calf Division Champion and Reserve. Second call, ARB Calf Division Champion and Reserve.
Well, if you would, please put your hands together for our Santa Gertrude exhibitors today. A very high quality show, great cattle represented, kids that were working hard, and you can tell that this means something to them. It's always fun as an evaluator when you can go to a show where you can tell that it means something to the kids that you're out there sorting through, knowing that they put in the work and the time and the effort and the energy to get here. It should mean something. And as we sort through these, the different division winners and reserves, I'm not going to go through it and reiterate each thing again as we get these back out here, but hopefully you've been able to kind of see the kind that I gravitate towards in terms of ones that I think represent just a notch more good for me today. And with that said, I think it comes down between a couple of them that are really quite good. They're at different ends of production, and that's okay. I think good cattle can come at all ages. They can come in different shapes and sizes, but ultimately I like to see cattle that are functional and ones that can get the job done, whether it's in a show ring or in a production setting. And I think there's several of these out here these young people can be proud of. I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your champion and reserve. Again, a really high quality show. If you would, put your hands together one more time for these exhibitors.
Results on the ARB side, our junior champion came out of Class 9, Maddie Johnson, and our reserve champion came out of Class 10, Kinsley Rose. Congratulations to our ARB heifers. On our Santa Gertrude side, our grand champion heifer came out of Class 13, Rihanna Villanueva, entry number 5987, and our reserve grand champion came out of Class 2, Penny Murray. Congratulations. If you have a grand or reserve grand champion breed heifer, please bring your bios to the announcer's stand as soon as possible. If you have a grand or reserve grand champion, please bring your champion's bios to the announcer's stand as soon as possible. At the conclusion of the ARB show, we will take a 30-minute break and prepare for the Supreme Champion breeding heifers.